seated.
Committee of the whole.
And we are. All right, honorable members, I would like to call the committee to order. The Committee of the Whole has under consideration Bill 22, Red Tape Reduction Implementation Act 2020. Are there any comments, questions, or amendments to be offered at this time? I see the honourable member for Edmonton Decore has risen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chair. Pretty close there. I missed by about 3, 5, 6 feet there. No, appreciate you recognizing me this evening to continue debate here on Bill 22, the Red Tape Reduction Implementation Act 2020, an omnibus piece of legislation that's making multiple changes across multiple ministries that the Red Tape Reduction Associate Minister himself had a very big problem with regards to omnibus legislation that he perceived back in the 29th legislature. And so, you know, we have seen multiple omnibus pieces of legislation that have come into this House here since the UCP government started. And of course, members on the front benches and members of the caucus that served in the 29th legislature also had significant problems with when it came to omnibus pieces of legislation. Yet here we are debating one of many that have come before us. So again, I can't help, Mr. Chair, but wonder, you know, was there really a problem then back then? Did they not believe what it was that they were commenting on with regards to that? You know, do they still hold those views? Apparently not, because like I said, we've seen multiple omnibus pieces of legislation that have come before us here. That saying, though, here we have again, like I said, a piece of legislation making multiple changes. There are changes within the Corporations Act. We're seeing changes with regards to environmental, energy efficiency, safety code amendments are just a few of the highlights that we've seen with this piece of legislation. So I guess to start off with, you know, Mr. Chair, when I guess you need to show Albertans why you're spending $13 million of their hard-earned tax dollars, then you probably have to bring at least something forward. And some of the things that we are seeing here are housekeeping, you know, Mr. Chair. And I certainly don't begrudge the government for making those changes. I think they could have been made within a Statutes Amendment Act. The one, of course, that we've just recently seen tabled. That could have been used right there to make some of these housekeeping changes. You know, did we really need to spend $13 million on an associate minister and a ministry when, you know, it's clearly been established that all of the other ministries are quite capable of being able to direct their own red tape reduction strategies, implement those within their ministries, and you know, Bob's your uncle, as they say. So, but like I said, I guess if you have to demonstrate that you're doing something, you have to put something into the legislation at the very least. But I guess you know, I would have, I guess, been appreciative of the minister giving the opposition a technical briefing on Bill 22, you know, which unfortunately did not happen. And it took me asking questions within question period around some very specific points with regards to within the changes of the Corporations Act. When we initially looked at that and we saw things like, you know, changes, taking out language with regards to insider trading, my gosh, the alarm bells that went off initially was substantial. And as it turns out, they're quite benign changes, but it would have been nice to be able to ask some of those questions. Why are you taking this language out? Why are you making these changes? And it was simply around, like I said, cleaning up some language here, but we could have avoided some potential situations here where it would have been easier to work with the government on this. But then we have some other changes that are not so exciting, Mr. Chair, and limiting the instances under which administrative penalties can be imposed around the safety codes. I mean, we want to have, shall we say, bad actors when they're not following things properly, to be held accountable. And I think by limiting some of these instances, we might be limiting our ability to impose those types of sanctions against that. So I don't know if that's necessarily a good red tape reduction. Hopefully, during the course of debate here within Committee of the Whole, maybe we'll get a chance to hear a little bit more around this and why these proposed changes are being made. Again, perhaps maybe a technical briefing could have cleaned some of that up to begin with. We're also seeing changes around agreements on things like mining and mineral recovery, alternative royalty agreements, storage and sequestration of substances in subsurface reservoirs, and approval of oil sand schemes. That last one, Mr. Chair, worries me a little bit, especially around moving up a timeline so significantly that it could potentially impact any consultations that we might engage with regards to the First Nations peoples. They certainly need to have fulsome, productive consultations. We've seen projects before in the past that have been held up because of a failure to properly consult with Indigenous peoples. And I'm worried that this will create those circumstances again, and then we're going to find ourselves caught in that loop where we can't seem to get these projects moving in a timely fashion. I always remember, again, having had the honor of serving in the 29th legislature and hearing members of the government bench, members of the government caucus that served also in the 29th, constantly talking about how bad it was to place any kind of new responsibilities or new powers or new abilities within the minister themselves. And yet here we are, through Bill 22, along with many, many other pieces of legislation, we're seeing exactly that. We're seeing more powers being given to the minister to make decisions without really having, I guess, a proper process put forth that would back that up without question. And so, again, was it a case of these members, actually believed that? Or did something happen between the 29th legislature and the 30th legislature now and this, moment of epiphany where, maybe actually giving power to the minister is not that bad? So I don't know. I'd love to hear some of the ministers maybe get up and explain that a little bit, who served, of course, in the 29th legislature. We've seen, the energy efficiency is being repealed. Mr. Chair, we have seen some significant pushback against Alberta with regards to the province's plans to deal with climate change. As much as there may be a few members in here that don't think that's real, that don't think that is a problem, there's investors that are saying otherwise. And so, if you are sitting here trying to promote good, solid investment within our province, and yet here they are telling you, well, I'm not going to invest because of the lack of plan here. At what point do you have to take that step back and start saying, okay, maybe we're on the wrong track here. Maybe we need to rethink this. And we've certainly seen one or two signs with regards to maybe a little bit of a backtrack with regards to what the government is doing. And all of a sudden, maybe things like investing in the tech sector maybe isn't such a bad thing after all. So I always hold hope that we will see this more and more often, that, okay, maybe we're not on the right track. How many more investments do we have to say, tell us, well, we're not going to be coming here because you're not really addressing that? How many more credit downgrades are we going to see before maybe we need to address those kinds of things? And simply, I guess, bulldozing forward, Mr. Chair, and saying, well, as long as we give a corporate tax break, everything will be fine. We're not seeing it's fine. Before the pandemic, we saw 50,000 job losses on this government's watch. And so, we hear a lot about, well, we're going to create, 55,000 jobs. Well, that's great. So you'll finally, hopefully, make up that 50,000 you lost, and then you're only 5,000 ahead. We still need more on top of that. Again, we are seeing, some changes in tune here with regards to where some investments might be. But I think we can do a whole lot better. Vital Statistics don't need to prepare an annual report. Hopefully, any information that we're getting from Stats Canada will be complete with regards to what's going on in Alberta. If that is indeed the case on a regular basis, that's probably not necessarily a bad change. But we need to make sure that we're keeping an eye on that, and information that could be useful to us, isn't being left out. Or at the very least, are there going to be more efforts needed in order to get this kind of information for Alberta to be able to make sound decisions, which in a way kind of sounds like a little bit of red tape creation. Because we've certainly seen a lot of red tape creation, Mr. Chair, and I always worry that the minister, the Associate Minister of Red Tape Reduction, may be placing a lot of pressure on the other ministries because of some of the the red tape that they're bringing in, that they've got to quickly get rid of some others, because we've got to keep on track for that 1/3, that one in, one out goal that the minister has set. And of course, as soon as you start rushing things, that's when you start making decisions that maybe aren't necessarily in the best interest of hardworking Albertans. And we've certainly seen a few decisions around, for instance, Mr. Chair, Bill 32 and the labor changes, all under the guise of red tape reduction. And, you are putting hardworking Albertans at a very, very large disadvantage. Some changes under the Recreation Development Act is also repealed. The Environment Minister of Parks is no longer responsible for encouraging and promoting the development of recreational facilities and for the betterment of Albertans. We've seen how excited Albertans have been around the loss of their parks. I certainly, I guess, would somewhat applaud the minister around allowing people to enjoy a beverage in the park system, assuming that there is a park there for them to be able to do that with. And so, it kind of seems like in one hand we're doing one thing, and then we're working against ourselves over here in the other hand. We're seeing some changes within the surface rights by the board's ability to hear cases with claims up to 50,000. I don't think that's necessarily a bad change. I guess the question is 50,000 enough? We've certainly seen over the course of time, things have gotten more expensive, things are valued more, and so are we capturing, I guess, potential claims and cases that maybe at one point in time could have fit within a system, or are we just simply kind of putting a little bit of a bandy? We'll capture a little bit here because they'll just come in over the under the 50,000, but the rest that will bounce over. You know, maybe that's a missed opportunity. So perhaps maybe we you know, could hear some information around that. What kind of consultation has been done around you know, is that going to be sufficient? And if it isn't, then, you know, perhaps maybe we can do an amendment on that and bump that up a little bit to be able to capture a little bit more. Hopefully, you know, as they say, at the end of the day, we'll free up our court systems a little bit for bigger matters. Things will be a little less expensive and onerous for Albertans to be able to make those claims. So, Mr. Chair, I do look forward to more debate here now in Committee of the Whole on Bill 22. My hope is that we'll probably be bringing some amendments forward. But just before we do that, of course, I always do want to give the Minister a chance to maybe address some of these questions, talk about a little bit more of the specifics. What's the intent in terms of what they're trying to accomplish on some of these things, and then we can certainly look at trying to propose some other amendments around this bill. But I have to admit, Mr. Chair, with some of the changes that I am seeing here currently, I have some significant concerns, and I don't know if I'm necessarily going to be in a position to be able to support this later on. But you know, again, we'll see how the debate proceeds, what kind of amendments we might be able to discuss here. Hopefully, maybe the government will be open-minded enough to accept some of those. Not going to be holding out a whole lot of hope. So far, I haven't seen a whole lot of movement around that. It's funny because I do remember how much we were accused of not listening to the opposition and you know, taking their suggestions to heart, and yet here we are, the exact same situation, Mr. Chair. So if you're going to complain about something, you should be prepared to do better than that. I'm not quite seeing that at this time, but I do look forward to more of the debate. And with that, I will take my seat and will listen intently. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Are there any other Honourable Members looking to join debate? I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton Rutherford has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to address some of my concerns with regard to Bill 22, the Red Tape Reduction Implementation Act 2020. I am concerned about the bill, first of all, in its actual format and intent, and so you know, that leaves me with some concerns about where individual pieces of the bill are going. It is a bit mysterious to me why a bill would need to be put together that brings various sundry small bits and pieces from a variety of acts, almost 100% of which could simply have been done by having the ministers within each of those ministries actually deal with it without a bill at all, but really just simply changing some regulations and moving things forward. You know, when I was a minister of the Crown, it was always my responsibility to look at the processes and procedures that we engaged in and to make determinations about whether or not those processes and procedures were in fact necessary and useful and helpful in terms of directing the business of government. And so I'm a bit mystified that this government, the decision was made not to have the ministers take responsibility for the administration of their own acts, instead to pull that together and kind of give a faux job to an associate minister to do pieces of work that could readily have been done within each of the ministries. And I'll speak to that a little bit here. The reason why I bring that up, because what really concerns me a lot about the nature of this whole red tape reduction implementation process is sort of the lack of philosophical integrity in the process here, and where the government is going, what they're trying to do. I know that they speak to the fact that they would like to see a reduction in red tape in a variety of areas, but then they put an act together that in fact is largely not about red tape at all. It's merely about administrative clarity and so on. And so if it was about red tape reduction, I might be interested to see the work that was done to identify where this big boogeyman that they keep referring to about the red tape actually exists. But apparently, devoting a full associate minister and the resources of the government of Alberta to the process has resulted in them being unable to find significant amounts of red tape. So I think that undermines their basic philosophical argument that government is bound up in red tape and that has been somehow hampering the people of Alberta. So I guess it's interesting to see the government through this bill admit that their talking points about red tape really are unsubstantiated. And so here we are now looking at the sections of this bill and trying to pretend on the government's side that there is a problem that's being rectified when in fact there is no problem identified at all. So I guess it is a concern for me. It's also a concern, of course, that they complain and make statements about the need for a bill like Bill 22, the Red Tape Reduction Implementation Act, while at the same time introducing other bills, like 3032, that are actually increasing what they would call red tape for people who they don't see as their constituents, people who are employees of various companies. And so now it is much more difficult for them to make processes to arrange for joint negotiation and establishing labor bodies that would help protect the rights of workers and funding those bodies and so on. So they've actually increased red tape in one bill in the House right now while they pretend to decrease red tape with the other bill, which, as we can see as we go through the bill, does not really address red tape at all. So it seems like a very expensive exercise in pretending that the government is engaged in here, and I'm concerned about that. But let's take a look at some of the particulars within this bill and some of the things that apparently the government felt it was necessary to write a whole bill about. So if we look at what's happening, we see, for example, that under the Business Corporations Act, which could easily have been dealt with by the Minister of Service Alberta. He's obviously quite competent. He's had a number of bills in the House and quite able to put some things together, but somehow this authority was taken away from him and given to a different minister instead. But let's take a look at what it is that's happening in the Business Corporations Act section of this omnibus bill. And just see some of the things that are changes. For example, the requirement that 1/4 of the directors of the corporation must be Canadians has been repealed. Now, how could that possibly help Albertans? You don't even need to be an Albertan now in order to be part of this process. The directors of the companies don't need to be Albertans at all. I don't understand how that helps Albertans. It certainly helps American corporations. It certainly helps corporations from across Canada. But it does not appear to be directed toward protecting the ability of Albertans to make decisions about Albertan questions and problems, does it? And of course, the legal requirement for minimum quorum, requiring at least a quarter of the directors be present, is also repealed. So not only are we in this situation where the majority of people don't have to be a Canadian, but they don't even have to be there when the decisions are made. So what we are now in a situation of is a single American corporate executive can now make decisions over corporate behavior in the province of Alberta without oversight or supervision by the government of the province of Alberta. A very disconcerting set of philosophical ideas inherent in that. And I really must question, who is it that the UCP views as their constituents? They certainly don't seem to have the people of Alberta front and center, but rather people who are foreign-funded agents from another country seem to be getting the power here, not Albertans. It's also indicated in this bill that the requirement for the managing director to be a resident of Canada is now repealed. So again, all the power is shifting somewhere out of Alberta. We don't know who it is that they're trying to please here, but it certainly isn't Albertans. And so I guess I would certainly love the minister to come and explain why it is that you don't think Albertans are capable, or you don't think that they need to be at the table when significant, important decisions are being made about corporations and their influence in the province of Alberta. I'm not sure who it is in Tennessee or Texas that you actually like more than Albertans, but I'd certainly like to know the name, if perhaps you could stand up and offer us a little advice on that. And I think that's something that this government really has to reconsider whether or not they're going to move in this direction of allowing transnationals to have a level of power and authority in this province that should be in the hands of people here in the province of Alberta. And I said my piece on that, so why don't we go on to one of the other acts here. There's so many in here, we could really literally spend weeks going through them all, because there's no sort of inherent consistency or integrity to the bill. We just have to jump from one piece to the other. So in this case, I'd like to spend a few moments asking the minister about what the thinking is here and why it is that we are moving in the direction of eliminating the Energy Efficiency Alberta Act and getting rid of Energy Efficiency Alberta. I think that there is some deep concern about this, because we know that under the previous Energy Efficiency Alberta's lifetime, that we saw a massive amount of commercialization and building in the province of Alberta of Alberta-based companies that are future-focused and Alberta-grown. And we saw, for example, that there were $850 million in economic growth between 2017 and 2019 attributed to energy efficient Alberta. So what is it that the UCP has against diversification and the growth of economic growth in this province? Now, I know that sometimes when they talk, they suggest that these kind of things are better left to individual companies and not supported by government. But I really feel it's important that we stop and challenge that idea a little bit here again, because history would show us that there are very few grand ideas and movements in society moving forward that were not, in fact, significantly supported by government as they moved along. The big ideas that we have, including the development of the oil sands, was dramatically supported by government. We know that under Lockheed, for example, that they actually bought part of the corporations in order to establish them and to make sure that they could begin the process of extracting oil from the oil sands. We know that they used the resources of the universities, primarily the University of Alberta, in developing the strategies and the technologies that were used in the oil sands. In fact, without government intervention, Alberta would not have a significant oil industry in this province right now, thanks to the Conservative leader, Lockheed. And when we look around the world, we see that this is true in many other cases, that it is actually, in fact, government intervention that has led to the successes of businesses. Now, we're accused sometimes on our side of the House of not being in favor of business, but it isn't true. What we believe, however, is that value in society is a joint project. That business have an extremely important role in the commercialization of ideas and the functioning of buying and selling of products and goods. But the notion of creating an industry really relies on government intervention. And the Alberta energy efficiency was one of those. Was a place where the ability for Alberta to move into energy areas that are going to be increasingly significant year over year into the future was being supported. We know that during the time of energy efficiency Alberta, we saw massive adoption of wind projects. In fact, I was very happy to be part of a process where we had a public bidding process for wind projects to supply energy to the province of Alberta. And in doing so, we accomplished two very major objectives. One of those major objectives was we got an incredibly good price for the energy through our competitive bid process. Now, of course, it cost the government some money to develop that process and to implement that process. But what it means is that we now have major programs in the province of Alberta that are building major wind farms that are going to deliver some of the cheapest cost electricity to Albertans. That's incredible. Built here in this province and delivering goods to people in this province because the government had a vision that included the concept of government and businesses working together for the betterment of Alberta. And I think that's really important, that we understand that's what happened. We also have seen the same thing happen in terms of solar, that we saw a massive increase in solar, a 500% increase in the building of solar panels in this province over a period of just over a year. And that was because we made a decision that government does have a role. They don't need to own things. They don't need to direct things, but they certainly help to create the vision that moves society along and moves society ahead. Just as they have done in so many other places. Government creates value by creating a situation in which businesses find it most productive to contribute to the benefits of the province of Alberta. And in this case, we were able to create massive changes in renewable energy in this province in a period of less than 3 years that are ongoing and will continue to provide cheap, clean energy to the province of Alberta. And we've seen that now that we've started that process, that more businesses are coming in and are following up by building sometimes on their own. Exactly as what happened with the oil sands. Exactly the same way, where government actually established the situation and the circumstances under which the new vision could be enacted, and then businesses jumped on board, working well with the circumstances created by government and resulting in great positive outcomes for the citizens of Alberta. So I'm very concerned that we have lost an agency that did exactly what we need to do in this province. And that is think about the energy we are going to need into the future, the energy our kids are going to need, and have made a visionary decision that that energy can be done cheaply, it can be done in Alberta, and it can result in a cleaner environment. We know, for example, that for every dollar that was invested by our government and businesses, that there was a $3.20 return through our energy efficiency programs. We also know that it cut 5.7 million tons of greenhouse gases between 2017 and 2019. That's what happens when government understands they have a role in joint value creation with industry. Those two things together, just as they have in many other places. We certainly would never have gotten to the moon if it weren't for massive government intervention. We certainly would not have an internet if it wasn't for massive government intervention. And now Tesla is producing some of the best cars in the world after receiving $6 billion of massive intervention in the States. All examples of where government actually did the research work and set up the circumstances that allowed businesses to then do their part, which they are very good at. And it's a type of relationship that we need to have in this province if we're going to be part of the future and not part of the past. Not trying to relive some glory days of 40 years ago. So I certainly would love the minister to stand up and explain a little bit about why such a successful enterprise with such positive outcomes, not only for the present but for the future of our children, has been undermined. I think that these kind of things are very problematic when what they reflect is that there's just a dogmatic decision on the part of government to abandon principles of success and go to philosophical intransience. And I think that this is a good opportunity for the government to stop and to examine their intransience and to look at the idea that government can be visionary, should be visionary in fact, should anticipate where we need to be as a province in years to come, and should work with industry to jointly create value. Let's move on a little bit to some of the other areas that I am concerned about. For example, under the Mines and Minerals Act, the thing that is most concerning for me here is that we are actually reducing oversight for decisions here by removing the decision-making from cabinet and putting it in the hands of the minister. Now, of course, I think that the minister should be making decisions within their ministry. I think that's the appropriate thing to do. But the logical thing to do is when the minister has made a decision that they should be able to go to their cabinet peers.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Other members looking to join debate, I see the Honourable Minister of Service, Alberta, has risen to debate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Pleased to rise to talk a little bit about red tape reduction and why it's so important. Want to first thank the member from Edmonton Rutherford for his kind words about my performance as Service Alberta Minister. It's not often that we get kind words across the aisle. I need to address a few of the things that he did talk about, specifically about our government policy and on the topic of red tape reduction, though I know he used the words an expensive exercise. And Mr. Chair, I can't think of a more expensive exercise that we've seen here in Alberta than the NDP's 4 years in government. With their carbon tax and their anti-business and anti-investment approaches, thank goodness Albertans saw fit to fire them last year. So let's talk a bit about the election. I mean, we campaigned on a platform that was very clear that we would be very focused on reducing unnecessary red tape, reducing unnecessary costs and burdens on Albertans and Alberta businesses. Mr. Chair, this is something that everyday Albertans embraced in the last election campaign. In fact, over 1 million of them voted for this government to send us here to focus on this important exercise. They can see what we're trying to do with this, even if the NDP can't. So, as a minister, I have the privilege and opportunity to work with my department on a regular basis to look for ways to reduce unnecessary red tape in my portfolio. And I have this conversation very regularly with my staff and my department officials. And I'm always telling them, look, this is not just about reducing statute count. This is not just about the number of regulations, the number of statutes, the number of policies. At the end of the day, this is about the impact that these rules and regulations have on Albertans and Alberta businesses. And when we can find an opportunity to modernize how we do things, to improve our processes, to get things done in a more effective way, while saving money, either for the government, which indirectly then means for the taxpayer, or whether it be for Albertans and Alberta businesses directly by reducing the cost that they have to pay in order to comply with our rules and regulations, that's a good thing, Mr. Chair. And again, Albertans embraced this overwhelmingly in the last election, sending us here to focus on this as a key priority. I'll give you a practical example. I'm lucky to be the MLA for the great riding of Strathcona-Sherwood Park, just east of Edmonton here. And one of the things that Strathcona County is well known for is that we are one of the members of what's called the Alberta Industrial Heartland, which is the home to most of the refineries and petrochemical facilities in Alberta, and is a significant economic driver for this province. And many of the families that live in my riding work in these facilities. Many of the small businesses in Sherwood Park and Strathcona County provide service to those facilities. And as a new MLA, I've had a lot of fun getting to know these many businesses, the ones who have existing operations in the heartland, the ones who are looking to expand their operations in the heartland, the ones who are looking to come and be new investors in building new facilities in the heartland. And Mr. Chair, there's a lot of opportunity there. I mean, we have some of the lowest cost feedstock in the world. We have so many things going for us. But one of the things that I'm told time and time again is the biggest obstacle to us choosing to invest in Alberta, to investing in the Alberta Industrial Heartland, is it takes too long to get things done, and there's way too much uncertainty in the regulatory process. This is because we have got, over the last many, many years, we've had this escalation of regulatory creep. Layer upon layer upon layer has been added on, and every one of those layers was well-meaning to try and maybe address a problem, but none of it was thinking comprehensive across the whole scope of a project to say, does it make sense in aggregate? And what you found is with all the different levels of government and all of the different levels of regulations being piled on one another, we ended up with Alberta becoming not a competitive jurisdiction, an uncompetitive jurisdiction. And that's what this is all about. We're trying to fix that. We're trying to send a signal to investors all around the world, to companies that want to expand their businesses in areas that are a complementary fit for Alberta, that would be a natural fit to call Alberta their home. We're trying to say, if you come here, you will have the best environment possible to build your facility, to create jobs, to deploy your capital. Please do it here in Alberta. And the most important thing that we can do is to eliminate unnecessary red tape. We still need to have the right amount of checks and balances in our system, Mr. Chair. Don't get me wrong. That's important. But there is so much opportunity when it takes us years longer in Alberta than other jurisdictions to get a similar project finished. We have a problem. And that is why I'm such a big believer in our government's decision to have an associate minister whose sole focus is to lead our government's initiatives on reducing unnecessary red tape all across the province. And Mr. Chair, to the member from Edmonton Rutherford's point that, while each of the ministers from each of their portfolios could just do this on their own, well, of course we put thought and effort into that. But these efforts, the one I just gave an example of with the industrial heartland and finding ways to ensure that we send signals to investors that this will be the best jurisdiction and the most competitive jurisdiction in which to invest, that requires cross-departmental efforts. And I can't think of a better reason why we would want an associate minister for red tape reduction to lead the charge on bringing those departments together and rallying the troops to say, what's it going to take to get us to where we need to be? So that the industry out there, the investors and the businesses that want to grow, will see, trust, and believe that Alberta will be the best place for them to grow and to invest and to create jobs. I believe in that vision, Mr. Chair. Albertans believe in that vision, Mr. Chair, and that's why over 1 million Albertans sent us here last year to get to work on creating jobs, attracting investment, growing the economy, and a big part of that is our platform commitment to reduce unnecessary red tape. So I believe this is important. I believe in the need to have an associate minister for red tape reduction. Of course, I worked very hard on supporting this bill to submit a number of opportunities through legislation and regulations that Service Alberta is responsible for, and I'm proud of what our government is doing on this file. Thank you for the opportunity to share those thoughts.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Are there any other honourable members wishing to join debate? I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, this was an interesting segue for the Minister of Service Alberta, and part of that is because when I was in government, I was also part of the Heartland MLA group, because in Northeast Edmonton, we also have lots of different business associations and land that has been looking at using diversification for the Heartland. And so while I was in government, I wanted to to speak to the red tape reduction component and the Honourable Minister's comments around, well, part of the reason we're doing this is because we want to encourage investment into the Heartland. I totally support that. Many of my constituents work in the Heartland. It's an extremely rich resourced area. It has lots of feedstock that can be used for diversification. And the employers out there employ not only Fort Saskatchewan, Sherwood Park, Northeast Edmonton, but also Redwater, Gibbons, all those kinds of places. Now, in saying that, the interesting thing that I found that the minister said about the red tape reduction and trying to encourage investment is that we actually saw a $1.1 billion fund that was created for the petrochemical development in the Heartland. And what came out of that was Interpipeline, and the Interpipeline project that started in 2006, which was under us as the NDP government. And of course, the joint project that was between the Pembina pipeline and of course the subsidiaries of Kiewit Petrochemical, all building in 2006, which has created a lot of diversification in the Heartland around value-added production. And of course, what we know with Interpipeline and the diversification programs that did invest in the Heartland while we were in government is the other components and of course the projects that are slated to continue to be in the Heartland around using that value-added production and creating secondary production such as plastics, plastic pellets, creating auto body parts, a variety of different things, yogurt containers, lots of different conversations that are still going on in regards to the value-added production that exists in the Heartland. Now, that happened in 2006, and then again, we saw a significant increase in interest in the Heartland and wanting to create more diversification to the point where at one point we had 23 applicants for projects specifically to work in the Heartland and to do value-added production, which was about $60.2 billion in potential investment in the Heartland alone. Now that, again, was in 2006, 2016, 2017. And that had nothing to do with red tape. There were lots of businesses that were coming up that really wanted to use our cheap feedstock. And actually, the Minister of Natural Gas, and I've actually discussed this about how great it is that we have such a cheap feedstock here that is encouraging for industry to come up and to look at using that feedstock to look at diversification. So it isn't about red tape, because if it was about red tape, we wouldn't have had 23 applications in 2016 of companies that wanted to come to Alberta to do petrochemical diversification. So although I appreciate what the minister is saying around, well, this is why we're doing it, the facts is that there was 15,500 jobs created in the industrial heartland specific to the petrochemical diversification projects, with another 1,000 jobs that were going to be projected once the project was completed as stable, ongoing jobs. So, of course, what we knew is that the total private sector investment was going to be about $20.6 billion. And once the facility is operational, which it is now, $284 million each year in revenue to Alberta. So, again, I just wanted to comment on, I appreciate what the Honourable Minister is saying, and I am a huge supporter of the Heartland and the diversification projects in the petrochemical industry. I believe that we should be diversifying our economies that way, and that any more potential investment that can come to ensure that the petrochemical programs can diversify and then continue to use those off products to build other manufacturing products is absolutely something that we should be doing. But I think to say that Bill 22 is the reason why why industry is going to come to Alberta isn't the case. The case is we have a cheap feedstock. And the feedstock is what they're looking for. And so that is why they came, and that is why they continue to be here, and that is why we see even more petrochemical programs and industries asking to invest in Alberta.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I see the Honourable Minister of Service Alberta has risen to discuss.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief, but I want to just thank the member for her support for the Heartland, the industrial Heartland. It is important. It's a huge, important driver for our province, and certainly for the region that we both represent to the north and east of Edmonton. But I just have to, point out a couple of things. The member is right. There was over 20 applicants in 2016 and 2017 for the program that her government put forward, who were looking to consider investing in building projects in the Heartland. And 2 of which got support, Inter Pipeline and Pembina. I'm not denying any of that. But I think it's important to point out, those 23 applications were not applying to say, can I come to Alberta? They were applying to say, will the Alberta government give me money to come here and set up and invest and build my facility? Now, my question to the member from Edmonton Manning is, how many of those 23 came here? It was, to my knowledge, I believe just the 2 that received that funding. And I have to respectfully disagree that it wasn't just about the low feedstock and the other advantages that Alberta offers. I mean, those are all important things. I agree with that. I hear it all the time. But I have talked to all of these companies since becoming an MLA, and I'm working to build relationships with them because they are important parts of our province and our economy and our future, and they have a lot that we can learn from as legislators. And what I have heard is that we need to make Alberta more competitive. And if we did that, if we could reduce unnecessary red tape, if we could provide more certainty on what it will take to get a project approved here, and we can shorten the timelines that it will take to get answers on whether you are a yes or a no, and if you're a no, why not, and what would it take to get to yes. Mr. Chair, that is what would move the needle on making sure that not just the 2 who applied and received government funding would come here, but that all 23 who wanted to come here would come here and invest and build their facilities, because they didn't need all of the government supports. They just needed a shorter time frame and more certainty so that we would be as competitive or more competitive than any other place in North America where they could choose to put their capital to work. That is what I am hearing when I talk to leaders in the business community who either currently operate in or are looking to invest in building facilities in the industrial heartland. It's a shame the NDP have never heard the same thing. I can't imagine why not, but I can tell you that that is what I hear every single time that I talk to these folks, and I believe them. And that is why I am so committed to supporting our government's overall initiatives on red tape reduction, be it Bill 22 or any other red tape reduction initiative to come in the future. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Minister, are there any other honourable members looking to join debate? I see the Honourable Member for Calgary McCall has risen.
Thank you, Chair, and I rise to speak to this bill, which is a huge omnibus bill. Makes changes to 14 pieces of legislation across 6 different ministries. And I remember not long ago that on this side of the House, UCP will complain about piece of legislation that made changes to labor relation and employment standard fairly connected areas. And they used to complain. And they used to bring motions to split those 2 pieces of legislation so they can debate. And they will go on and on about how we are curtailing the debate, how we are taking their opportunity to contribute to the debate away from them. And here we are, a year later, that they are putting together 14 pretty much unrelated piece of legislation, making sweeping and substantial changes in the name of red tape. And I would confess that at least after seeing and hearing this rhetoric of red tape, I've completely lost what red tape really means, because when we were in government, like every minister, like we are tasked to look at the program, policies, engage with stakeholders, engage with constituents, engage with those who you're serving, and make changes to those program and policies that are efficient, that reflect their needs, that respond to their needs. And I can come up with many examples across my ministry, across my government, and across other ministries that my colleagues were dealing with, that they did that for 4 years. For instance, when we started, ISH application under PC government used to be 21 or 23 pages, something like that. And it was pretty much a 3-step process. And we were able to cut that up, make that application short. We were able to make that a 1-step process. And that, in my mind, was red tape reduction, because we are making a process efficient. But if you're putting Albertans' land up for sale, where only Albertans were able to participate in those sales, and now anyone from across Canada can participate, I think it's more than red tape reduction. It's a fairly fundamental change how government is dealing with Albertans' land. If we are changing how we will deal and make decisions about resource development, that's a fairly significant and fundamental change. How government will deal with Albertans' own resources. That's not red tape. And government is deliberately hiding these significant changes behind their rhetoric that they are somehow making things efficient. And nothing can be further from the truth when we look at these changes. There may be some minor changes here and there, hidden in this piece of legislation, but they could have been dealt with in even miscellaneous statute act, and we will have no issues with some of those changes. But here, we are seeing massive changes across 14 substantial pieces of legislation in the name of red tape. And instead of ministers who deal with their ministry on a daily basis, and it's my belief that they are the one better situated to know their ministry. They are the one who deal with Albertans who interact with the program and policies that ministry offers. Like, they are privy to all the details. They have staff complement, they have public service, and all those things. But the government thought that in order to cut red tape, they need another associate minister on top of all the ministers who will help them determine what's red tape in their ministry. I think by adding that minister, government created that red tape. That the now ministers will go through another associate minister to make their process, make their program policies efficient. That's red tape there, and if government is interested in saving, they can always make that choice and save $10 to $12 million. I think that's the budget for this minister. And when on June 12th, and we knew from the day one that associate minister won't know more than the minister in charge of the department. And in June 12th press conference, when minister was introducing this piece of legislation, minister was asked a number of occasions about the changes contained in this legislation. And sure enough, he wasn't able to answer majority of those questions. Every time question was posed to minister, an answer was, you have to talk to the relevant minister. You have to talk to Minister of Environment and Parks. You have to talk to Minister of Energy. A number of occasions. Minister didn't know at all what's contained in his bill. And now, while we are debating it, I think what would be really helpful that instead of repeating talking points, throwing partisan attacks, that government front bench will get up and help us understand how these changes are red tape, how you decided about these changes, who was consulted, and all those things. And this answer, every time they get up, they start swinging their mandate across the aisle, that they got voted in on a platform that included some reference that they will bring a red tape reduction bill. I think on this side of the House, they didn't get that mandate. Constituent we represent, they have differing views than that side. And the changes that are contained in this piece of legislation, they do impact deeply Albertans in our ridings and Albertan across this province. And since they have put together 14 different pieces of legislation, I think I will be able to talk just a few of them. And let me start from my critic area, Oil Sands Conservation Act. It's an important piece of legislation that establishes a regulatory regime for the development of oil sand resources, related facilities, for the benefit of all Albertans. And these are the resources that are co-owned by Albertans. Albertans living in our riding, they also own these resources, and they have every right to be consulted because these resources belong to those Albertans. And here, this bill amends this important piece of legislation so that there are no more requirements for Cabinet to make decisions on resource development. This bill effectively removes Cabinet opportunity to have an oversight on these important decisions. These are decisions that impact Albertan in all our ridings. These are decisions that are about Albertans' natural resource, the resource they own, the resource that has been the reason for the prosperity, long been the reason for the prosperity. And management of this resource is a critical question of critical importance because jobs depend on the management of natural resources. The future of our children depends how we manage these resources. Future of our environment depends how we manage our resource. And certainly, provincial government has obligation beyond this legislation as well, which are constitutional obligations as well. Constitutional obligation to consult Indigenous communities, to accommodate their concerns. Their fiduciary duties, that's constitutional obligations to do so. And now, Cabinet is removing itself from those decisions. And it doesn't help in any way, shape, or manner to expedite the process. Because even if they delegate that decision-making authority to AER, there is a broad legal consensus that they will still be obliged to fulfill their constitutional obligations towards Indigenous communities. One of a very well-respected and regarded professor of natural resource law at the University of Calgary, Nigel Banks. Nigel Banks was also my teacher, so just in the name of full disclosure, that's how I know Nigel Banks as well. But he's very well regarded when it comes to resource law, water law, environmental law, Indigenous law, all of the things that government couldn't care less. But he made a blog post and he talked about this change. And I can quote from what Professor Banks has to say, and I quote, that this doesn't and cannot mean that these obligations have just disappeared, end quote. And with respect to the duties of the Crown, Professor Banks stated, and I quote, that these duties of Crown are just that, constitutional duties. They are not red tape. There is no red tape to be cut, end quote. That's the analysis that's coming from one of the most regarded professor in this area. And if Minister of Red Tape has anything to say to it, I would be really interested in listening. That why or how the minister sees the views expressed by Professor Banks. He's clearly saying that this is not a red tape, and there is no red tape to be cut in this one. It's a constitutional obligation, and they cannot displace that obligation by just delegating that decision-making authority to AER. And unless there is an explanation that minister can offer in response to Professor Banks' comment, I think we are left to speculate that either it's a mistake that made by the minister and they didn't fully canvass it through, or they are knowingly just putting something in here that they ought to know that it's their constitutional obligation and they cannot wash their hands from that, just delegating this authority to AER. So again, back to what I was saying, that they named this piece of legislation red tape reduction, and they included one of the most significant and fundamental change about resource development in Alberta in the guise of red tape reduction. And I think I would also be interested in learning from the minister who they consulted on this change. I do know that they may have good relations with big corporations and CEOs, but end of the day, that resource belongs to Albertans. That belongs to every Albertan. Was there any consultation with public at large that now to tell them that your resources will be managed by a delegated authority? And clearly this change has some significant implications for Crown obligations with respect to Indigenous communities. That's the area, Indigenous law, that I used to practice before becoming an MLA and may know a little bit about it. And again, I would be very much interested in learning that what were the consultations with indigenous communities, when were they held, were all 48 First Nations, were they engaged in it? Because it has bearing on their constitutionally protected rights. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverview has risen to join debate.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It's my pleasure to rise and also join the debate on Bill 22, Red Tape Reduction Implementation Act 2020. And as my colleagues have already said, you know, we have before us an omnibus bill, 175 pages. It's like a book. It's a huge piece of legislation. And also, as my honourable colleagues have also shared, that it does challenge some of the tenets of democracy that often we bring up in this House, so that when 14 pieces of legislation that relate, well, this is in this one bill, but 14 ministries are impacted by this legislation. It shows the government is sort of mashing together a bunch of stuff that's not necessarily all coherently related. So, you know, it is, of course, the task of the opposition to speak up regarding these concerns. And I know absolutely this government, while in opposition, would have been outraged by this. But they're happy as government to forget all that time when they actually called to account a bit of faith in democracy and a willingness to actually look at legislation that's not ridiculously put together like this. It's really troubling, for sure. And I think one of the most fundamental troubling aspects of this legislation is on page 122. So if people are reading along, they can turn to page 122. And there we see the Emergency Management Act, the Emissions Management and Climate Resilience Act. And it talks about the dissolution of Energy Efficiency Alberta Act. And of course, this is legislation, a program that we brought in when we were government that was extremely successful. And here it says by September 30th, that body will be dissolved. So I'd like to focus my comments on this because I see this as particularly egregious, especially in 2020. So when this government was elected, a little over a year ago, they immediately cut 70% of investments into this program. So of course they were attacking it very early on. They didn't see the value in this program, and obviously by their dissolution of it, it shows that they don't see the value of it at all, which kind of defies logic to me. I just don't really understand that at all. But because we know that the Energy Efficiency Alberta was wildly successful, made a huge difference for Albertans all across this province, small businesses. It was, you know, phenomenally prescribed and made a huge difference. Yet, this UCP government is deciding to completely annihilate it. We know that it helped municipalities, homeowners, and businesses save money and energy while creating jobs and improving Alberta's international reputation as a responsible steward of the environment. I don't know. These are all very good things. I can't see anything that's wrong with them. So that's why I'm questioning the government, and particularly here the Minister for Red Tape Reduction, why this would be done when it had such a resounding success. We know that Energy Efficiency Alberta created $850 million in economic growth between 2017 and 2019. I would think that would be something that this UCP government would laud and would actually want to support. So That is a significant creation of wealth. And we know that every dollar that was invested returned $3.20. So again, economic argument, which again, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle like to bring up, that that's the most important thing about government. So those numbers, you know, invest $1, get $3.20 back, that's a pretty good deal. But regardless, this government is dissolving Energy Efficiency Alberta. We know that 5.7 million tons of greenhouse gas emissions were cut during this program. And so that's not a trifle. That is a tremendous amount of pollution that was in Alberta. And this program worked to help Albertans live more greenly. And so, you know, that's not bad. 5.7 million tons of greenhouse gas emissions were, you know, avoided. It's a significant difference. So what will we lose when this program is completely dissolved by September 30th, 2020? What will we lose? Well, we know that there was a highly successful small business energy efficiency program, solar initiatives, oil and gas emission reduction programs. These will be lost. Individuals and small businesses were saved millions of dollars through energy savings and energy emission reductions. So that will be something we lose. In 3 years, $692 million was saved by these individuals and small businesses. And as I said, 5.7 million tons of greenhouse gas emissions were avoided. Yet, this UCP government sees fit to dissolve this program that has had this tremendous success, that was subscribed by so many Albertans, so many small businesses were able to, you know, green their businesses, their homes, made a huge difference for Albertans. And in fact, you know, research has been done about the popularity of this program, and that we know that every postal code area in this province has received funding from this program. Now, I don't know, that sounds pretty popular to me. That's extraordinary. And so it just defies logic that this government is now dissolving this program. We know that there were 214,000 participants, and 210 of these were households. So people, individual households, families, they thought this was a great idea, and they certainly took advantage of it. We know also that this program created hundreds of jobs as when you know, people received support to, I don't know, put some solar panels on their roof, retrofit things. I know certainly in the Ministry of Seniors and Housing, there was a tremendous support for housing management bodies. A lot of the facilities are quite aged. So even just fundamental things like having a door that fits properly so that heat isn't lost, or roofs are reshingled, or you know, proper windows are put in. We put in millions of dollars into supporting that, and you know what? That pays back in huge benefits to the housing management providers, because then they're not spending so much on energy. And it just makes, you know, so much sense all around, because we know we need to be good stewards of our environment. And now, you know, this government has seen fit to just, you know, wipe out the Energy Efficiency Alberta. And so people will not have those opportunities anymore. And as I was saying, hundreds of jobs were cut, you know, because of this. And, or won't, you know, since the program's not going to go on, there won't be that kind of surge in, you know, retrofitting or in ways that people are served by workers in those fields. Yet, we're in a very difficult situation with COVID-19, so that you would think that that was what was the priority of the government, creating jobs. And here is a program that has already demonstrated that it does that, and also demonstrated that so many people wanted it and benefited from it. Small businesses, families benefited tremendously. Yet the government sees fit to dissolve this program. And so therefore, with that is the dissolution of many jobs that could potentially have been created or, continue. So I guess, the question that's the most obvious in this legislation is, why would they do this? Why is the government doing this? I asked the Minister of Red Tape Reduction, why would this be seen as red tape? This is an important program that protects our environment, creates jobs, and gives people needed support to green their lives through the things I've already expressed. But another thing it also does is it diversifies our economy, which we know in Alberta is something that is very important for us to do. Our oil and gas sector is very important, but we can't only rely on it. And we know that, having spent, seeing ourselves as so vulnerable to the world price of oil. This government currently is really challenged with very low oil prices. So if we put all our eggs in one basket, like we have done for so many years, that's not effective. That's going to make us, have these highs and lows, which we all are familiar with, having lived in the province for any length of time. And so we need to have those other industries, and certainly this would be a great way to continue to diversify our economy, is through green programs, those retrofits, solar programs, other programs, and people want it. People know that climate change is real, and that we better get moving on that, because certainly there is some limitations in how long we can just ignore this without it causing us huge issues, in our province, in our country, and on the globe, of course. And of course, this flies in the face of many countries on the planet and what they're doing. So internationally, countries are doing completely the opposite of what this government's doing. They're moving towards more climate leadership plans, programs that support businesses and individuals to make sure that their homes are energy efficient, their businesses are energy efficient. We know that, New Zealand is now talking about, their post-COVID recovery plan, and they're focused on connecting that with growing green jobs. So this is something that they just spoke about recently. We know that the European Economic Stimulus Plan is investing $137 billion to build energy retrofits. But here in Alberta, we're terminating a program that did exactly that. We're going backwards. This is archaic. It's time to actually deal with the issues at hand and not think that things can be magically okay and we are living 20 years ago. It's time for us to keep moving forward and to know that climate change is real, and that these kind of programs, like Energy Efficiency Alberta, is a very valuable program that Albertans want, and the investment that we put in it was wildly successful. It made a huge difference. So we need to address this, and certainly the NDP's climate leadership plan when we were government certainly improved our reputation on the world scale. And people now, I'm sure, are going to be questioning that again because of the dissolution of Energy Efficiency Alberta. So Another important point that I want to make, and this is something actually we talked about during the afternoon, because we had talked about, I think it was Bill 33, about encouraging investment in our province. And one of the things that investors want to know is more and more people want to put their money into jurisdictions that actually are protecting the environment. And I know that Alberta has suffered some losses of investments coming out of our province because we are now going backwards in terms of climate leadership. And so being an environmental leader is actually a way to increase investment. So I think that's a very important point that the government needs to understand so that we are encouraging investment in our province. So what were the benefits? I guess they're still existing until the September 30th, although of course they've been scaled back dramatically because we know that 70% of the funding was cut, a year ago, and folks are not, obviously initiating any new projects. So what are some of the benefits that we're going to lose because this UCP government is cutting this program, cutting the Energy Efficiency Alberta program? So the significant climate benefits that I just spoke about, the, what was it, 5.7 avoidance in emissions. So that's a significant loss, absolutely. Job creation, we're going to be losing, hundreds and maybe even thousands if you think about what this plan was meant to do over time and the success it had even in its first few years, that, we could be talking about thousands of jobs have been lost, and really we're missing a big chance at diversification. And then, of course, the competitive advantages that energy efficiency brings to Alberta, and that stimulates investment. And we know that investors have left our province because they feel we aren't being respectful of the environment, we aren't being good stewards of the environment. And I just want to quote from an opinion editorial in the Edmonton Journal, and I'm happy to table this tomorrow when I have the opportunity. And it's from the director of the Pembina Institute in Alberta, Chris Severinsen-Baker. And he says, to attract needed investment, Alberta must show the world that it can be an environmental leader. Sustaining programming could deliver as many as 1,700 jobs in residential energy efficiency by 2030, and up to 5,900 new jobs in Alberta across oil and gas, construction, equipment installation, and so on, and $2.3 billion in GDP growth. It is difficult to imagine that we have the luxury to turn away from this opportunity instead of investing in its potential. Yeah, it defies logic, Mr. Chair, that this program would be cut when it has given us such tremendous success. It was well subscribed and really made so many significant differences that I've articulated. So, despite the many pages of this, the 175 pages of this omnibus bill, I think that piece where the Energy Efficiency Alberta is, dissolved is the most egregious piece of this legislation. And I certainly strongly stand to reject that. And that isn't what Albertans want. It certainly isn't what my constituents want. It isn't what, the housing management bodies that I worked with while I was Minister of Seniors and Housing want. People want this kind of support. People want to live more green, clean lives. And the government really is foolish not to keep this program going, because it made a huge difference for our province by reducing greenhouse gas emissions, avoiding them, creating jobs, creating a more positive environment internationally, so people were interested in Alberta and could see that we were responsible stewards of our jurisdiction, our province, diversifying our economy, which is such a key part that is necessary here in Alberta, so that we have jobs and we're not beholden to only one sector. So, it just, on every logical front, I don't understand this. And if, the minister responds to any of my concerns, I'd certainly appreciate that, because I know Albertans, I know constituents in my riding, this is one of their number 1 concerns here in Alberta. And they care deeply that this province is our land is respected.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I see the Honourable Government House Leader and Minister of Environment and Parks has risen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's pleasant to see you this evening, and I appreciate the opportunity to rise in the chamber to debate this important piece of legislation. I was listening with great intent to the previous speaker's comments when it came to this red tape reduction bill. Mr. Speaker, let me start out by congratulating the Honourable, the Associate Minister of Red Tape Reduction, Mr. Speaker, on another excellent piece of legislation before this chamber, Mr. Chair, which I will certainly be supporting. It comes as no surprise to me that NDP member and the NDP in general seem to be indicating yet again that they won't support red tape reduction inside this province. Mr. Chair, that shouldn't surprise us. We do know that they're for red tape and excessive regulations on the people of Alberta and doing everything they can to be able to stop businesses from being able to succeed. That's their track record. Of course, when they had the privilege of being the government in this province, Mr. Chair, and I would suggest to you, it's one of the reasons why they were fired in such a historical fashion just over a year ago by the people of Alberta. I did listen in particular to the comments in around EEA. The reality is I noticed that the Honourable Member just glossed over lots of the facts that were associated with that, spent a particular amount of time trying to make the situation around the NDP's climate leadership plan, which, Mr. Chair, just so we're clear, is the NDP's carbon tax. That's what that is. That's code. They call it the climate leadership plan, which is code for the NDP's carbon tax, Mr. Chair, and did not spend a lot of time talking about actually what the NDP's climate leadership plan and carbon tax actually did when it came to emissions. The reality is the Honourable Member's leader, the now Leader of the Official Opposition, the Honourable Member from Edmonton Strathcona, former Premier of Alberta, while being the Premier, at a year-end interview, Mr. Chair, as you may know, year-end interviews is kind of the most important interviews for the Premier of the year. They spend a considerable amount of time preparing for those interviews. That is their moment to be able to talk about the things that their government had accomplished in the last 12 months. And a tremendous amount of preparation goes into those interviews. Ministries being able to provide feedback to the Premier, so the Premier is able to provide information about what is taking place within departments. And when you talk about climate change, and in particular the NDP's climate leadership plan, that is a signature policy of the NDP government. I disagree with it, but they did not. They were very proud of it. You saw the Honourable Member referring to that here. They were very proud of that piece of policy. And when the then Premier, now the MLA from Edmonton Strathcona, was speaking about that, she was asked a very simple question. How much emissions were reduced as a result of the NDP's climate leadership plan, as a result of the NDP's carbon tax, which of course included Energy Efficiency Alberta as a signature component of that, as a signature organization that would implement the tax and the programs associated with that tax. And so she was asked how much was reduced. Now, I don't know about you, Mr. Chair, or our colleagues in the chamber today. That seems like a reasonable question for your signature policy piece. If you're taxing Albertans on everything, because they're taxing fuel and everything, of course, you know, Mr. Chair, and our economy comes either through truck or train or other forms of transportation. So this was raising the cost not only of the heat for Albertans on their homes or the fuel inside their vehicles as they transported their families around the province. This was raising the price even on your carrots inside the grocery store because it costs fuel to get the carrots to the grocery store. And so you would think that the Premier, in her big moment at the end of the year, would be able to say, yes, we reduced this much emissions, and here is the results that took place as a result of the work that we've done on our climate leadership plan. And her answer was, I don't know. We're not sure. We have no way of tracking it. We don't know what we accomplished with our signature policy, Mr. Chair. The reality is the NDP don't know how many emissions that they reduced as a result of their policy. I suspect maybe they did actually know that it didn't reduce much, Mr. Chair, because the reality is it wasn't focusing on where the most emissions are inside our province. Instead, they took the money that was associated with their carbon tax. And again, Mr. Chair, we can disagree whether there should have been a carbon tax, but once it was here within the province and the government was using it, you would think it would actually go towards dealing with the issue they told Albertans they were trying to deal with. But what did they invest it in, Mr. Chair? They hired Ontario companies. So first off that, shame on them for that. They hired Ontario companies at a time when they had lost 180,000 jobs. They, being the NDP, had lost 180,000 jobs inside the province of Alberta. They went and they hired an Ontario company to come to Alberta to install light bulbs inside people's homes and to install shower heads inside people's homes. And I remember at the time I did an interview with Rick Bell of the Calgary Sun at the time, and he asked me what I thought about that, and I made it clear that my family and my constituents, we installed our own light bulbs. We didn't need the government to tax us to then go to our houses and install the light bulbs. And to be fair, that's correct, honorable member, I'm pretty tall. So maybe, I don't need as much help as the average guy of somebody coming in to be able to put in the light bulbs. But we always may do. And Mr. Chair, my wife, she's not tall, and I've never seen her ask me to want to get an Ontario company to come install light bulbs at our house. But, to each their own. The other thing they did, though, was they installed shower heads. And this is the one that really offended rural Alberta. They took an Ontario company, had to come all the way to Alberta to install shower heads using, Mr. Chair, using our tax dollars that they took from us after not telling the truth about bringing in the carbon tax. They hid that from Albertans. Shame on them for that, Mr. Chair. And they took our money, they put it into the orange slush fund, as we used to call it back then, and then they hired their friends in Ontario to come and install shower heads. Now, they went out to rural Alberta and they installed shower heads, and the shower heads never worked, Mr. Chair. They didn't work. Do you know why? Because the pressure, the water pressure is different when you're dealing with a place that has well water over top of the city. And so they went around and they tried to install these shower heads, and then everybody had to then call and ask them to remove their shower heads because the water would not flow when it came to rural Alberta, Mr. Chair. So it was a failure. And there are a lot of great examples of that failure. Those are just two of that failure. And again, the MLA for Edmonton Strathcona confirmed the failure of one of the many failures of her government. But probably the biggest failure is she couldn't even articulate any emission reductions as a result of all that pain on the people of Alberta. And that is the organization and the process that honourable member is trying to defend. And instead, this government is committed and keeping its promise to the people of Alberta to remove the Energy Efficiency Alberta and the last portions of the NDP's carbon tax, which did nothing for emissions, but instead taxed Albertans and provided them with inadequate cheap products from the province of Ontario, Mr. Chair. We rejected that. We promised Albertans that we would get rid of it. Albertans voted in overwhelming historical numbers, the highest vote percentages in the history of the turnout inside the province, highest vote numbers in the history of the province to reject that NDP's approach. And that member still has not heard Albertans. No. For her to stand up here over a year since that famous rejection of the NDP's policies by the people of Alberta, the only one-term government in the history of the province. That's pretty shocking, Mr. Chair. And largely because of their economic policies, and in particular because of their policies when it was to climate change and to the carbon tax. And for that member to stand in this chamber and ask other members to stand and continue to vote with her on that failed policy, when in her entire 20 minutes, she couldn't even point to one emission reduction number that was actually a fact. She couldn't even refer to it. She just said, and I quote, "It causes great economic stimulation." She couldn't point to how many jobs have been created as a result of that, and then glossed over the fact that it's not free money. I know the NDP have trouble understanding that for whatever reason. They think that the money that leaves the government that goes to pay for these type of programs is free money. But it's not free money, Mr. Chair. It's our constituents, my constituents, and your constituents, and that honourable member's constituents who pay for that money. It's their money. And they don't need the government to take it and to pay Ontario for light bulbs and shower heads, Mr. Chair. The reality is this. You watch it here inside this chamber. The NDP are finally realizing that every one of the ridiculous policies that they brought forward inside this place are unraveling and will be removed from law inside this province, because that's what the people of Alberta said. And if the NDP ever want to come back into mainstream Alberta, they're going to have to accept that the idea of taxing Albertans to pay for things like shower heads with no results when it comes to emissions is completely unacceptable and ridiculous. Now, the other thing the honourable member said was that we still needed Energy Efficiency Alberta, which is in this bill, because we needed to tackle climate change as a province. Well, I will say to you, Mr. Chair, and through you to all the members of this chamber, does what I just described sound like a plan to be able to tackle climate change? I don't think so, Mr. Chair. But she also glossed over a fact that we do already have a plan inside this province to deal with climate change. This government made a signature policy within its platform. It's a signature policy of the Premier, who he campaigned on this issue, to go back to what Alberta has always done when it comes to emission reductions, which is to focus on working with our largest industry, to focus on technology and to innovate our way out of these problems. Alberta was the first jurisdiction in the country, and one of the first jurisdictions in North America to tackle emissions. 60-some% of all of our emissions come from 127 factories or plants within our province. So does putting light bulbs and shower heads that don't work on my farm, is that going to actually deal with our emission reductions problem? No. So governments of the past recognize that and recognize the need to focus on technology to be able to make sure that we could actually tackle this problem, but not only tackle the problem to defend our largest industry and make sure that it could continue to succeed, but to be able to also create another market that we had as a province, where we could sell that technology and be able to use that innovation to be able to help the world tackle things like climate change. And in their wisdom, the governments that came before the NDP put in Emissions Reductions Alberta, and that member does not talk about the fact that Emissions Reductions Alberta still exists. Only the NDP would argue in this chamber that we need 2 emissions reduction organizations. That's red tape. That's the very definition of red tape. That member, though, doesn't recognize that, and also doesn't recognize the significant numbers that are coming from Emissions Reductions Alberta, who is not focused on taxing Albertans, and instead is focusing on creating technology and working with the industry to solve it. And yes, I can give you a number, Mr. Chair. They anticipate over 30,000 megatons of reduction in GHG emissions through their program. No light bulbs being installed, no fuel carbon tax on the consumers of this province. That's true emissions reductions, Mr. Speaker. That's actual results. And that's what you will get when you're not ashamed of the largest industry in this province, or in their ability to be able to innovate or to be able to create technology and help us through this situation, Mr. Chair. So hopefully the members will learn some things from that. And hopefully they'll take some time to actually understand what Emissions Efficiency Alberta did inside our province, Mr. Speaker. And maybe, Mr. Speaker, just take some time to reflect on the fact that their program was a failure, and that's okay. They had lots of failure programs. This was one of the higher ones. But they could reflect on that and go, you know what, government, you're correct. We brought in a duplicate agency that focused on light bulbs and shower heads that had no results, that we can't defend at all. And we made a mistake, and thank you very much for solving the mistake. Mr. Chair, nothing makes me more happy than being able to help the NDP fix their mistakes. And they don't give any acknowledgement to the minister, the Associate Minister of Red Tape, on how much work he's had to do to fix their mistakes. But they should thank him, because he's fixing their mistakes. You know what's going to happen eventually, Mr. Chair? Albertans, they're probably going to forget about some of these mistakes. Time's going to go on. They should be very grateful for that opportunity from the Associate Minister, who has worked so hard, ultimately with this bill, to be able to fix NDP mistakes. And if anything else, if there's any doubt at all why you should vote for that, at the end of the day, the bill should have been called Fix the NDP's Mistakes, and that's why you should vote for that bill, because we're going to fix the NDP mistakes, Mr. Chair. I promise you we're going to continue to fix them, despite the fact that the NDP continues to want to mislead Albertans about the ridiculous carbon tax.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Are there any honourable members looking to join debate? I see the honourable member for Edmonton Decore has risen.
Well, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to rise again and continue to contribute to the debate to Bill 22, the Red Tape Reduction Act. And, you know, I have to say, Mr. Chair, you know, we're talking about fixing mistakes. Maybe we should fix the $4.7 billion handout that some corporations took the money and walked out of the province with. Maybe that, you know, needs to be fixed. Maybe the the 50,000 jobs that were lost despite the $4.7 billion corporate handout that's now been accelerated. And I know some of my colleagues have talked about that a little bit. You know, what they say, you know, what is it, the definition of insanity? Doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results? You know, but I do, you know, I've always said, credit where credit's due, and I do want to give some credit to the Minister for Service Alberta for hopping up and talking about his area and the industrial heartland. I do represent a Northeast Edmonton riding that's close by, not quite there, but you know, big supporter of the North Edmonton Business Association and my constituents work in that area, and so I do appreciate the advocacy that you do for growing that area. I do, of course, remember that, you know, with the petrochemical diversification program, that did bring forward a couple of petrochemical plants. With that, thankfully, the Associate Minister of Red Tape hasn't cut those. But I do, of course, remember some companies like Husky that were very, very seriously looking at partial upgrading. But oops, looks like that might have got cut in the red tape reduction. But of course, I do have to key in, and we heard that from the government House leader around the election, always throwing that out there and everything like that. And so I have to wonder, in the whole discussion during that election of, you know, jobs, economy, pipeline, and, oh, let's make sure we get rid of the old language for insider trading, because that will help create jobs, and that will diversify the economy, and that'll get a pipeline built. So I'm wondering, you know, we've heard over and over again the talking points about how the election was the biggest consultation in history of Alberta. Why, you know, did that not pop up as a big priority to create jobs, of getting rid of this language of insider trading? So I guess when we start looking at some of these things, I've seen some of my colleagues bring up around the public lands. You know, we've heard the government House leader saying over and over again, parks aren't getting sold, public lands aren't getting sold, right up until Bill 22 comes out. And some of my colleagues have already mentioned it, where it's going to get sold to, well, anybody in Canada. How is that going to create jobs for Albertans? They're saying, don't sell my parks. I want a job. I don't want insider trading language dealt with red tape. How about we deal with the red tape interprovincially, Mr. Chair, to allow, say, for instance, our small brewers to access other provinces' markets like other provinces have access to our market. I found out it's easier to try to sell down to the U.S. than it is to our own provinces here in Canada. How about reducing that red tape? Because that will create some jobs. Those brewers will get bigger. They're going to need employees, more product going out the door. But it's not going to be because of a $4.7 billion corporate handout, which, for some reason, when I talk to all of my small and even my medium-sized businesses, they keep telling me, well, I'm not big enough for that to really be of benefit. So if we're going to talk about reducing red tape, I don't know if getting rid of that language should have been our first priority around, say, for instance, insider trading. But I do want to get back to public lands. I think we have an opportunity here, Mr. Chair. If creating jobs and diversifying the economy is the priority that the government says it is, I don't think selling our public lands is going to further that. And arguably, and certainly I know my colleague from Edmonton Rutherford has talked about this a little bit at times around consultation. I just don't remember it coming up for me. Oh, we've got to offload as much public lands and parks as we can. So I think if perhaps maybe the visual, trying to give the government a little bit of a benefit of the doubt here. But people seem to think that, maybe if they stop treating these public lands as just theirs to be able to sell, focus on these jobs, because we're already down 50,000 pre-pandemic. That $4.7 billion didn't do it. Because we were already, I think it was the second lowest tax jurisdiction in the country by 0.2%. And they haven't been lining up. So if we take a look at these public lands and how this bill amends the Act to allow every Canadian resident to participate in those sales, whereas they used to have to be just an Alberta resident, or the company had to be here. So it's funny because I do remember just shortly the government House leader talking about how the previous government had to go get a company out in Ontario and all that other stuff. Yeah, here we are duplicating that, going outside of the province to other companies that could come in and just take this land. And so, Mr. Chair, I have an amendment with the original on top. I will send those up to you, and I will await further instructions from you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. If you could please read it into the record, and for the benefit of members, if you'd like a copy delivered, you can put up your hand, but there will be, of course, copies available for everybody at the tables as well. So please, Honourable Member for Edmonton's Court, please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I move that Bill 22, Red Tape Reduction Implementation Act 2020, be amended in Section 14 by striking out subsection 3.
As for, or I hesitate to interrupt, but for the benefit of all members in the House, this will be referred to as Amendment A2.
Thank you. Appreciate that. So, Mr. Chair, I've seen the government bring forth legislation that I think very clearly places a priority on friends and insiders and how those can be helped. And so I can only conclude, just based on the things I hear, the things I'm seeing brought forward to this House, that the whole point of the sale of these public lands is to help those friends and insiders. I don't think that the government has done consultations on this, and they can claim, like I said, the election results all they want. I don't remember this coming up on the doorsteps in Edmonton Decor, and I'm hearing from my colleagues too that, wow, we need to sell those public lands. This red tape reduction will allow us to prosper. And, it's funny, I just remembered another thing that the government House leader had, quite honestly, berating the leader of the official opposition about not having an answer around emissions. Well, the Associate Minister of Red Tape didn't have any answers around Bill 22 when asked. He kept deferring to other ministers. So I'm kind of wondering maybe if the government House leader had a discussion with the Associate Minister about that, like he's is expecting the leader of the official opposition. But, so I see a very distinct lack of trust by people about the government in terms of public lands. And so perhaps if we remove this, maybe this will help start getting a little bit more confidence in the government. Because right now they've got this auspicious title of the most secretive government in the country. So perhaps if the government sees some value in removing this, we'll start to help to build that. But right now, they see their lands being sold to someone else. And so it's my hope that the government will look at this very seriously and will be willing to start to move the dial on that conversation by accepting this amendment A2 to strike out section 14, to amend section 14 by striking out subsection 3. Thanks very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Honourable member, are there any honourable members looking to join debate on amendment A2? I see the honourable member for Calgary Buffalo has risen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for that opportunity, and to support my colleague who has brought forward an amendment to page 169 of Bill 22. I agree with the sentiment that we should be focusing on Albertans for any benefit conferred to them through the possibility of buying public lands or former parks. I think one of the challenges I see those who are outside of this province taking the opportunity to purchase, if that is the case. One of the problems I see is that they would be several steps removed from this province and all of its people, all of its glory, I guess, in terms of what we have here, in terms of the natural environment and the history behind that environment in this province. And I think my colleague has a reasoned amendment that he's brought forward with regard to striking out subsection 3 on page 169, as I said. And page 170. So thank you for bringing that forward. I think just generally that there is much concern about the possibility of the sale of our public parks and other lands that are in public domain at this point in time and cared for by the government of Alberta. And the fact that the government would step back from its role in managing these public lands is a concern many people have expressed across this province. I know that there's been seminars on the web involving CPAWS and the Council of Canadians, where they've tried to inform Albertans about the activities that were in this Red Tape Reduction Implementation Act that relate to public lands. So, as my colleague has also said, you know, one of the criticisms of some previous legislation that we undertook was that it was removed, the proponents were removed from this province. And I think one way to counteract that same criticism for this legislation is to ensure that we undertake to benefit those who are companies or individuals in this province so that they have a more direct role in and perhaps more direct personal commitment to ensuring that the public lands and other lands under management by the Government of Alberta that are set out for to be transferred by lease or sale are responsibly and always managed. And the direct tie that Albertans would feel back to those individuals or companies who are also individuals, companies, Albertan companies or individuals or Albertans would be strengthened, and the ability to, you know, kind of give direct feedback on how those lands are being managed would be strengthened as a result of ensuring that there are only locals, quote unquote locals, who would benefit from the transfer by lease or sale. You know, just generally we heard that earlier there are 300,000 Albertans who are unemployed right now. That's 1 in 4 Calgarians, every man, woman, and child in Calgary. 1 in 4 are out of work at this point in time, and probably for Edmonton proper it'd be 1 in 3, every man, woman, and child. So it's not like there isn't a need for Albertans to be the beneficiaries of opportunities if they've got savings and other ability to leverage their worth to be successful in this regard with regard to managing the sale or managing if lands are sold or leased. We have a lot of people who need to get back to work, and jobs, economy, and pipelines was certainly the calling card or cry of the last election in terms of a motto for the UCP. So jobs is certainly something that would benefit as a result of dedicating, as my colleague has done, to strike Section 14, subsection 3, so that Albertans, companies, and individuals would be the beneficiaries of these actions. And in Bill 22, with regard to what benefit that would bring Alberta's companies, would be directly tied to a GDP bump, and we certainly need a lot of that. As the Premier himself stated earlier today, and I think I got the numbers right, he talked about a $360 billion GDP prior to COVID and the drop in world oil prices in this province, and that's gone down to $300 billion. And that's a significant drop, obviously. It's about 15%, but he indicated that I thought I heard him say there was 8%, but it's higher if it's 360 to 300, and I think I've got those numbers right from listening to him on the TV. And so our GDP needs to get a significant, be improved significantly, and companies that are Albertan and individuals that are in this province would directly contribute to that increase if they were successful in being able to see improvements to their own companies or net worth. I give my colleague credit. You know, there's many things to point out in this 175-page bill, and he's, I understand, got several, probably amendments that are coming forward. But this one's right towards the back with regard to public lands. And I think he did that strategically because the things that I've heard and seen through the media are concerns about our public lands and not wanting to see the government move in that direction. And certainly heard from government and UCP members over the time we've been in the House of late when this bill was first brought forward, you know, defending this action and talking about the expense that makes it impossible to continue to keep some of these public lands in the government inventory, and talking about firewood being helicoptered in is one thing I remember being said over and over and over again. But I do want to say that I think Albertans are rightly concerned about actions that would decrease the inventory of public land, and I'm certainly with my colleague who wants to see that stay in the hands of Albertans or companies in this province. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Just to continue on with additional, my colleague mentioned that, you know, the interprovincial trade barriers that are put in place across the country would be a great thing to focus on, whether it be in Bill 22 or other places, because one of the huge things that's negatively affecting us, excuse me, in this province is the inability to get our products to market. And I know that doesn't have a lot to do with public lands, but I just want to hook it back to say that we seem to be not standing up enough in this province. And I know the government dropped our trade challenges with regard to brewery. But this seems to be opening up, in terms of public lands, the ability for others outside, again, to kind of give away to them things that we should be keeping here. Those are some of my concerns, and I certainly will support the amendment on the floor and hope that members of this House do similar with regard to listening to Albertans who are not satisfied that we're looking at the disinvestment, disbursement of public lands in the way that is identified in Bill 22. Public lands are very sacred, and the fact that we can all go into them and recreate and know that there's going to be garbage pickup in them, there's going to be good management, there's going to be fire protection. Not to say that, you know, owners or people who lease that land wouldn't be concerned about that too, but I'm happier that the government of Alberta continues in that role through all of our public lands. And so I'll be supporting our motion, and I hope that other members of the House will consider doing the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Are there any other Honourable Members looking to join debate on A2? It looks like the individual who caught my eye is the Honourable Government House Leader and Minister of
Well, thank you for the opportunity,
Amazing.
Mr. Chair, to be able to rise and talk about this amendment a little bit, and in particular regards to the comments in and around public lands. First, I'd like to start out specifically with Section 3. I do think that the honourable member should do a little bit more work as he's preparing amendments. He is striking out clearly the section that defines Canadian corporations and the need for only Canadians to be able to purchase public land. Corporations that have share capital, a corporation which is not less than 75% of the equity shares are registered in the name of any beneficiary owned by one or more Canadian citizens, or permanent residence as defined in the Immigration Act in Canada. That's what he's proposing to remove, as well as one or more corporations with share capital, if in each case not less than 75% of equity shares are registered in the name of any beneficial owned by Canadian citizen or permanent residence defined in the Immigration Act in Canada. So he's attempting to change the bill to allow Americans and other non-Canadians to purchase Crown land. So I would encourage all of my colleagues not to support that amendment. However, even if the amendment was doing what the honourable member was indicating that it was doing in his comments, I would also encourage all members of the chamber not to support it. This amendment within, not the amendment that the honourable members brought forward, but the amendment within Bill 22, the Red Tape Reduction Act, will take our legislation in line with both Saskatchewan and BC when it comes to grazing leases and the purchase of Crown land. It makes our trade fair across those barriers, and is a signature piece of the Premier of Alberta's plan to be able to knock down trade barriers in the country of Canada, to be able to provide opportunities to our citizens elsewhere in other provinces, Mr. Chair. Now, the former finance minister, the reason I say the former finance Mr. Chair is I know his consistency changed over the last election, so I'm trying to find it. I believe it's Calgary. It used to be Calgary Fort, but I think he's Calgary Bow now. Calgary Buffalo, there you go. The honourable member for Calgary Buffalo, worst finance minister in the history of the province, but he is the honourable member from Calgary Buffalo. Had lots of comments to say around public land and why this would fit. He referred to CPAWS. Let's start there. CPAWS, of course, which is one of the propaganda arms of the NDP then government and now NDP opposition, which has spent their time focusing on stopping Albertans from having access to their Crown land. One of their most famous things they did was just before the last election. Fortunately, we were able to stop that. They attempted inside my community, inside Clearwater County and outside of the community of Rocky Mountain House, to shut an area of land, Mr. Chair, that went from the national parks all the way to the county of Ponoka just outside of Rimbey, to try to then tell those communities, Brazeau County, Clearwater County, Ponoka County, Lacombe County, the community of Rocky Mountain House, the community of Drayton Valley, the community of Eckville, the community of Rimbey, that they could not utilize their public land right outside their backyard. They attempted to sterilize that landscape. That is their main goal, it always has been, from any access for people to be able to recreate and, quite frankly, Mr. Chair, ultimately be able to do any activity that created economic growth in our communities. Now, Mr. Chair, you're probably not very familiar with the area that I'm from, but Ponoka County is a long way from the headwaters. It is a long way from the eastern slopes. It's a long way from the forest reserve. It's a long way from any of those areas that the honourable member is referring to, but their friends in CPAWS, working together with the then NDP government, tried to shut that entire area down, Mr. Chair. Now, it was a shame. Unfortunately, we were able to stop that. Now, that doesn't mean that CPAWS and their close allies Y2Y, who are all proven foreign-funded organizations who are dedicated to sterilizing our landscapes and stopping Albertans from having access to their land. Mr. Chair, I can tell you my constituents have not forgotten an NDP government coming into Rocky Mountain House, a community who's been around since 1799 inside this province, and telling them that they could no longer utilize their backyard. And worse than that, Mr. Chair, then told them that they weren't keeping care of the North Saskatchewan River, the lifeblood of their community for a couple hundred years, that they weren't keeping care of it, and that somebody from Edmonton was going to come and tell them how to keep care of the North Saskatchewan River. Well, meanwhile, when the river leaves Rocky Mountain House, you can drink the water straight from the river. I challenge you if you can do that where that honourable member comes from. The people of Clearwater County and North Saskatchewan River area have been doing a great job for centuries at keeping care of that area. And the worst part about all of it, Mr. Chair, a lot of my colleagues weren't here for this, Mr. Chair. was the 4 Indigenous communities that call that area home. The Bighorn, the Ochese, the Sunchild, and the Small Boys. Weren't even consulted. Weren't even consulted. And when they challenged that issue, the former minister said the RCMP wanted her to shut down the town halls, which turned out not to be true. So at the end of the day, the people, certainly of West Central Alberta, have not forgotten what the NDP tried to do to public land inside our community. We're proud that we were able to stand up against the NDP, and we were able to stop that ridiculous process. Now, the honourable member from Calgary-Buffalo also spent a considerable amount of time talking about parks. And that this amendment would stop parks from being sold. Well, first of all, no parks are being sold in this province. Second of all, the areas that he's referring to, the parks, are primarily found in the eastern slopes of the province. There is no private land inside the eastern slopes of the province at all, Mr. Chair, except for one spot. It happens to be in my constituency. My favorite place on the planet. I hope that that's where my wife buries me or spreads my ashes when I'm gone. I know lots of my relatives have had the privilege of being there, and that is the Yaha-Tinda Ranch. Now, the Yaha-Tinda was started over a century ago by the Brewster brothers. Some of you may be familiar, Mr. Chair, with Brewster buses outside of Banff. That's the Brewster bus. That's the Brewster brothers who started that. Of course, I see my friend, the Honourable MLA for Banff, Canmore. She recognizes that name right away because they're everywhere. But really, that goes all the way back a century ago to the Brewster brothers, who were the first guys into Banff and Jasper National Park. And they needed a place. This is pre-Confederation, Mr. Chair. And they needed a place to be able to raise their horses in the off-season, and they settled in a place called the Yaha-Tinda Ranch, which means mountain prairie, to the Indigenous community that's in the area. If you have not had the privilege, Mr. Chair, I strongly encourage you to go there. It's a world-class horseback riding destination, and it is a working horse ranch about 2 hours west of Sundre, right up against Banff National Park. It is on Alberta land, but it is deeded land, now deeded to the National Park Service. It started out as deeded land to the Brewster brothers, though, who then in turn turned it over to the National Park Services some time ago. And to this day, every horse that is used in the National Park Service in the entire country of Canada is raised there and trained there, Mr. Chair, I should say, before they are sent across, all across the country to the National Park Service. And every ranger has to come to the Yaha-Tinda Ranch to be able to learn how to be able to use their horses to be able to patrol the parks that they're responsible for. And then lastly, of course, the Yaha-Tinda is the base for the rangers who patrol Banff and Jasper National Park, who spend weeks on horseback patrolling the backcountry. That's where they come to resupply, to be able to contact their family before they head back out again on patrol. That's the only deeded land, and it's pre-Confederation. But meanwhile, we've had the NDP for weeks claiming that land was going to be sold in the eastern slopes. You can't sell land in the eastern slopes, Mr. Chair. It's a shame that they would continue to mislead Albertans like that, Mr. Chair, but those Albertans, of course, who utilize that area know they're misleading. The idea that you could sell that is, first of all, not in this bill. Second of all, categorically false. The reality of what has taken place with our park system, the honourable member for Calgary-Buffalo glossed over the helicopter trips for firewood. The former minister who created luxury camps in the backcountry that cost millions of dollars and used helicopters to deliver wood and to remove sewage from those sites, Mr. Chair, is one of the things we stopped. But further to that, our park system across this province is spread out against a country that is larger than most European, against a province, I should say, that is larger than most European countries. We have large parks that some people would be familiar with. The Castle, Kananaskis, large landscapes where we have huge park infrastructure there and lots of park employees there. And then, Mr. Chair, we have what's called provincial recreation areas that are spread all across places like the eastern slopes, some of them multiple hours away from parks employees. In some of the cases, we're parks employees, because get this, the public land side of Alberta Environment can't maintain it if it's called a park underneath the Park Act. They can't even go inside the fence. So they have to drive right by it. But a parks employee could be 3 hours away. And in some cases in this province, we have parks employees driving 6-hour round trips to provincial recreation areas just to collect money and put toilet paper inside the outhouses.
What does that cost?
6-hour round trips. And meanwhile, the Public Lands Division's driving right by it. And they'd like to be able to help with that. So all we have done is simply done this. Red tape? Yeah, exactly, that's red tape. Committed to being able to allow Albertans to be able to recreate inside those sites like they have for generations, but said we will change the act in certain areas where they're far away from where parks employees are and allow public lands employees to take over the roles. Now, public lands employees maintain most of the public land inside the province. The vast majority of our landscape is maintained by public land employees. And I can tell you, Mr. Chair, they're more than capable of going and collecting money from the box, enforcing the rules, and making sure that toilet paper's in the outhouses and dealing with these situations they have to deal with, which are not as easy as it sounds. Often dealing with bears or people that are intoxicated or problems that you will face inside those facilities, but they're able to do it. Now they're just able to do it on the other side of the fence. The NDP, though, their reaction to that is all of the parks are being sold. It's ridiculous. It's a ridiculous argument, Mr. Speaker, and it's a continuation of the NDP's policy of wasting Albertans' money. And we're committed to making sure that does not happen. This is such a shocking approach the NDP has taken. I watched the NDP environment critic, the MLA for Edmonton Gold Bar, a member who stood in this House not too recently and praised the death of the greatest female leader of the last century. I watched him hold a press conference that said that Dinosaur Provincial Park was shut. It's shut. Dinosaur Provincial Park is full. It's full to capacity. It's one of the busiest parks inside this province. It's a crown jewel of this province. It is a historical site that is busy. That is a park that is verifiably full. But that's what the NDP does. There's a word for it that they call that in my constituency. Mr. Chair, you know I can't say it. There's a song that goes with it, and part of it is Pants on Fire, but I can't say the other side. But that's what's taking place. Here's the reality. Not one provincial park, not one, has been shut in the province of Alberta. Not one, except for some that are currently temporarily shut because of flooding elsewhere in the province, and the department will get them back reopened. But we've changed it so they can be better managed for the people of Alberta to enjoy them. A lot of people don't know this. Alberta Environment has one of their biggest offices is in Rocky Mountain House, which makes sense, the gateway to the Rockies. My friend from Banff Canmore, she thinks she represents the gateway to the Rockies, but I think David Thompson had it figured out when that Abraham Lake is the best place to go, and I'm kind of partial to Columbia ice fields on our side, but whatever, we'll digress. But in that office every day, you could sit out at my MLA office across the street, Mr. Chair, and you can watch the trucks leave. And a white truck drives down Highway 11, David Thompson's road, and it has a symbol on it that says Ag and Forestry, and they drive down the road. A few minutes later, another truck drives down, white truck, looks exactly the same equipment. This is Alberta Fish and Wildlife. A few minutes later, another white truck drives down and says Alberta Environment and Parks. And that one's the public lands guy. And then a few moments after that, another one drives down and says Alberta Conservation Officer, which is the parks guy. So how many trucks are driving down the same road? And now the parks guy, as he's driving by little campgrounds, my brother, the Honourable Member for Calgary-Klein, he likes to camp at these. I personally prefer to just camp in the woods. He likes a more structured environment. I don't know if he's nervous out there with the bears or what the story is, but to each his own. He likes that. And only the parks guy can go inside the gate and check if he paid his $10. The public lands guy has to sit outside the gate. They have the same training, same capabilities, same truck, same color, same department, same minister. It is ridiculous, Mr. Chair. The Parks Act was written in a time where it was just primarily built to be able to manage campgrounds. And that's why our party committed in our platform to rewrite the Parks Act, and we will pass legislation in the next 12 months inside this chamber that will modernize the Parks Act to bring it in line to be able to maintain the multiple use landscapes that we now have as a government. We're long past the day where mom and dad came out with the station wagon and just parked at the sites. We now have active cattle ranches inside our parks. We have large landscapes, some of them the size of Great Britain inside this very province. We have people that use them for multiple activities, and yes, including camping. We also have industry that uses our areas successfully. We have a forestry industry that uses those areas successfully, and we can manage these landscapes for multiple use, and that means we need to change the acts to be able to make it efficient, and we need to be able to help our teams work well together to be able to protect those landscapes. And yes, that means we're not going to have somebody drive 6 hours from Edmonton to go check a campsite that only saw 10 people this weekend. Instead, we're going to get the people that are 10 minutes away to be able to do that. So, Mr. Chair, you're going to continue to hear from the NDP, fear-mongering, but here is the reality. Most of the NDP have never been in the Eastern Slopes. It's why when they brought forward a plan outside of Rocky Mountain House, they called it the Bighorn Plan. And everybody who lived in Clearwater County said, what is the Bighorn Plan? Nobody had ever heard of this. And they said, we're going to come and call this place you call home, we're going to call it the Bighorn. And we all said, well, no, that's the West Country. That's David Thompson country. That's our backyard. No, it's the Bighorn. And Mr. Chair, they couldn't even drive out there to make the announcement. Instead, they took a picture of my constituency, the most beautiful constituency in the province. And they blew it up. They blew it up, Mr. Chair. And then they put it up as a backstop at a venue in Edmonton, I believe the YMCA. Because they couldn't even find where Rocky Mountain House is, evidently. They couldn't even announce that they were going to build a park. They didn't even drive to the community and say, hey, we're going to build a park in your backyard that you're not allowed to go into. Instead, we're going to take a picture. And I'm not 100% sure, but when I looked at it, I actually don't think it was anywhere near Rocky Mountain House, but whatever. And then they put it up, and the then Premier and the Environment Minister stood up there and said, guess what? We're going to build you a park. So I can tell you this, Mr. Chair. Albertans have not forgotten how bad the NDP handled the public lands file. We have not forgotten our commitment to Albertans to making sure that they will always have access to their backyards and that we will be partners with them when it comes to conservation. And that's what I want to close with. At the end of the day, the NDP don't understand how we've created all these beautiful landscapes that we call home. In my community, the Yahatinda Ranch, and I've already said it, it's one of my favorite places on earth. I'm very biased towards it. Love it there. It was shut when I was a kid. I used to go hunting there with my dad. And it was shut because people were abusing. So the National Park Service shut it. And nobody could have access to it no more. And along came the Friends of the Eastern Slopes, which is a nonprofit organization founded in the great town of Sundre, my hometown. And they went together, and every year they had the banquet in Innisfil. I haven't missed one in years. And they raised the money to be able to do it. And they opened it back up. And that ranch is completely and utterly run by volunteers to this day. It is the best, by far, world-class horse destination in the world for horseback riding. Completely run by volunteers. Clean, beautiful, and it will be preserved for generations to come. And they don't want us to partner with people like that. That's what they want to stop. They believe only union workers and their friends can go out and be able to protect the West Country. Well, I say, shame on that. I reject that because I have seen over and over places like the Friends of the Eastern Slopes do it. You know the other one they want to stop? Sylvan Lake, provincial park all around the lake inside Sylvan Lake, right in town limits. And you know what? He says, sell it. The former environment minister, who I've had many arguments with, made the right decision in 2018. She turned that park over to the town of Sylvan Lake to run that park inside the province. And if you saw the news today, it's packed this weekend. That's the big news that's taking place there. So if that honorable member from Calgary-McKay has a problem with that, he should take it up with the former minister. But the former minister was right that we can partner with municipalities. We can partner with nonprofits. We can partner with Indigenous communities to provide recreation opportunities in this province because, Mr. Chair, they do it better than the government. Hear, hear. The Friends of the Eastern Slopes don't have 5 or 6 trucks leaving Rocky Mountain House to patrol the same road. That's your way. Our way's better, Mr. Speaker. But let me be clear. We are not selling provincial parks. We're proud of our recreation areas. Albertans will always have access to it, and they can count on this government to stop wasting their money flying in firewood and is to get back focused on working on conserving these precious areas and making sure that my kids will have an opportunity to be able to recreate in the generations to come. Hear, hear, hear.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. You might actually be interested to know that I have quite an extensive base of knowledge with some of the communities that you referred to, including visiting extended family in Rocky Mountain House, and lots of happy memories of doing that as a child. Are there any other members looking to join debate? I see the Honourable Member for Calgary McCall, not McKay, has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I rise to speak to this amendment. And as I indicated earlier, that in the name of red tape reduction, this bill is making significant changes that we deal with the ownership of land that Albertans collectively own. This bill is just designed to sell that land off to their friends and insiders. It's finding a way to do that. And the Act, the Public Land Act, the changes that are proposed in this piece of legislation, the legislation was designed to manage public lands. Like it sets out mechanism by which rights in public lands may be transferred by lease or sale. And the things that were contained in this piece of legislation were designed in a way that will protect the public interest and public ownership of Albertans in this land. And in no way, shape, or manner, it's a red tape. There is nothing to be cut. Only thing you are cutting is public ownership of these lands. And that's not red tape. That's not red tape. You are taking Albertans' resource, Albertans' land away from them without even talking to them, without even consulting them. And it's deeply concerning because when Minister of Red Tape introduced this legislation, he was asked about these changes. He was asked about these changes, and like many other questions, his answer was that you have to talk to minister responsible. And I wasn't able to understand from minister's comments on this legislation that what did they consider when they brought forward these changes. End of the day, these are public lands. These are owned by public. They're not their personal land, and they shouldn't be treating them as such. Public have vested interest in how these lands are managed. And they have every right to be concerned about these changes, because at least I never heard that there was any consultation whatsoever with the public on this change. And during the campaign and soon after that, when Premier indicated that they are thinking about selling some land, Indigenous communities and leaders, they were very clear that they opposed government plan to sell these lands. So it would have been helpful, since Minister didn't tell us when he introduced this legislation and deferred every question to Minister responsible, it would have been helpful if anyone from front bench will share the details of the consultation with public, details of the consultation with Indigenous communities. Because Indigenous communities spoke out against the sale of public land. But at the same time, I don't know how much to expect from this government, because the Indigenous communities across this province for a while now have been asking that Premier speechwriter be fired, and they have not done that. So none that yet. So I don't know what kind of relation they have with their indigenous communities, why they are not listening to them, and why they are not consulted on this important change that will affect their constitutional right, that will affect their indigenous and treaty rights. And they can message these changes the way they want, but they have made changes that are a huge cause for concern for Albertans across the province. I have heard from many Albertans with respect to Environment and Parks Minister's handling of Alberta's public parks. Like their own government sources, government website, government pages indicate that there will be changes made to park system. And immediate changes include a partial or full closure of 20 parks in 2020. These are the facts stated on many government sources. That there will be partial or full closure of 20 parks in 2020. That's on websites, that's on every media story, that's on websites of those who are advocating for public management of the parks. And I don't know if Minister thinks that every one of them is not telling the truth. And there are news out there that there will be no services in many of them. That's also fundamentally a question of access, because prior to this government, Albertans used to have services there. And then I think there is enough mention in news, in, I guess, public discussions, that they've been increasing the fees to access the parks. And especially at a time when, because of the standstill economy, because of COVID-19 pandemic, Albertans are restricted to travel. They don't have many options, and one of the safer options will be that they enjoy their own public parks that they used to enjoy previous to this government. But what this government has done, one, they are either partially or fully closing some of those sites. They are discontinuing the services that were available previously. And they are increasing the fees of access to those parks, making it literally inaccessible to Albertans to enjoy the natural beauty in the parks that they own and have enjoyed for decades. And from government-owned sources, I think it was public knowledge that they assessed 473 sites in Alberta's park system. And out of that 473, they have selected 164 sites for partnerships. And what that partnership means, the Alberta government will sell this off to private companies who may not be even Albertans. We hear in this chamber all the time that they will be standing up for Albertans. But here we are seeing the changes, that they're taking things away from Albertans every possible way. Whether it's their park system, whether it's their public lands, whether it's their teaching assistants, whether it's their services. So they're taking away from Albertans what they have. And this piece of legislation and this change is very clear that this amendment will change how government manages public lands, which are owned by Albertans. Just to get the facts straight, like prior to this change, only Albertans, Alberta residents, or Alberta companies, or majority Albertan-owned companies, could obtain grazing leases, public lands, for the benefit of Albertans. So one of their key platform promise was creating jobs. And I would argue that under the existing regime, legal regime, these leases and these public lands can only be sold to Albertans and companies that are majority Albertans. So Albertans were benefiting, jobs were created for Albertans, prosperity was created for Albertans, and land ownership stayed in Alberta. And with this change will allow every Canadian resident to be able to buy Alberta's land. Every Canadian company will be able to buy Alberta parks, Alberta forests, Alberta's public land. And I'm not sure that how this change is creating jobs for Albertans, how it's benefiting Albertans. So that's why this amendment is important. This amendment is trying to protect Alberta's public land, and I urge all members of this House to support this amendment. And another reason, I think I will leave it at that.
I see the Honourable Government House Leader has risen to join debate.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. A couple of things in regards to what the Honourable Member was referring to, the member from Calgary McKay, who is Calgary McCall, I apologize, who's lying to the Chamber, and I withdraw and apologize for that, but that's what he's doing. You know, the reality is that you have, okay, just listened to an entire, how it works. Can't point, Madam Chair, to one park that's actually shut. Can't do that inside the Chamber, just make things up. He knows for sure, he has no doubt that he does know that 20 campgrounds that were underneath the Parks Act are moving to the Public Lands Act that Albertans get to still camp on. He knows that. still continues to make things up inside the chamber, as they do all across the province, Madam Chair. That's the problem with the NDP. They continue over and over to mislead Albertans, to follow the politics of fear and smear, Madam Chair, I should say, sorry, and continue to cause Albertans to feel distress when it comes to other campgrounds. The reality is they can't point out to it. In fact, they go so far as to make it up. As I said, the honourable member, actually I can't say the honourable member since he said that Margaret Thatcher should have died 30 years ago, but the member for Gold Bar held a press conference, as I was saying earlier in my remarks, and said dinosaur, you can go check it, it's on his Facebook page, on the NDP's Facebook page too, Dinosaur Provincial Park is shut. Shut. Meanwhile, Dinosaur Provincial Park is not shut once. That's a verifiable fact. Its campgrounds have been full all the way through the summer. Yes, during COVID, there were some restrictions on all campgrounds during that process, though Alberta was the fastest to remove those restrictions. And Dinosaur Provincial Park was used during that entire time, despite the NDP making things up. Now, the honourable member says we did not consult with Albertans about using a partnership opportunity when it came to managing campgrounds in particular, or as well as our landscapes. But the reality is, if you look at the United Conservative Party platform, underneath the environment section, it says one of our platform commitments is to strengthen partnerships with nonprofit park societies across Alberta. That's what the provincial government is doing. And at the end of the day, what this comes down to, the NDP are so transparent. You're seeing it with the Honourable Labour Minister's bill when it comes to union dues. And him, and I want to say through you to him, Madam Chair, thank you for doing this on behalf of my constituents who've asked for this for a long time, but giving them the opportunity to say to their unions, no, you can't take my union dues, and give it to unions who then give it to political organizations or other campaigns that fight against pipelines or fight against the very livelihood or things that create the livelihood for us. And the NDP, they blow up over that. You saw it. They blow up over that because at the end of the day, they'll do anything to protect their union bosses. Though I have to say, Madam Chair, it's a bit confusing though, because when it comes to doctors who receive 10% of the entire provincial budget, are in the 1% club, certainly, of the province, and they work hard. We appreciate our doctors. That's why we made sure they're the highest paid doctors in Canada. But when it comes to those doctors, they fought to make sure those doctors could get significant raises every year while they held nurses at zero. And they have not. The NDP even stood up in this House once to fight for nurses. Instead, they continue to fight for the 1% club with the doctors. But I don't get that. That's actually almost an anomaly, usually, when it comes to unions. But it's a core, when you go to this issue, the problem they have is they don't want communities to have a say in their landscapes. They don't trust communities to be able to help come manage some of these places. They want to continue to make sure that their friends will only have that. Or, of course, their ultimate goal with their close allies in CPAWS is to be able to shut down those landscapes. They prove that with their plan west of Rocky Mountain House that they refer to as the Big Horn. That was their plan, was to shut all access to that landscape. Shut it. Nobody can go there at all. But when the United Conservative Party, the now Alberta government, comes along and says we will partner with places like Sylvan Lake, the NDP will then go across the province and say those parks are being sold. Well, here's what's interesting, and I didn't have enough time to talk about last time I speak on this. The Sylvan Lake plan was done by the member from Lethbridge West when she was the Minister of Environment. She brought forward a partnership with the community of Sylvan Lake. I don't agree with her on many things. I do agree with her on that. It made sense. In a municipality, the entire provincial park was inside that municipality. The municipality said, here, give that to us. We're in a better position to be able to manage it. There's no provincial parks employees anywhere near Sylvan Lake. They're usually dealing with things associated with Kananaskis or out in the eastern slopes. And Sylvan Lake manages that campground and manages it very well now, Madam Chair. Now, Alberta Environment still has our conservation officers dealing with fisheries there, fish and wildlife officers dealing with enforcement issues. Our biologists still work within that park, and Albertans still have an opportunity to be able to recreate inside that landscape. And that is what the NDP wants to stop. Well, why does the NDP want to stop that? Well, they don't want to stop that. That's why they never argued about it when they were in government, because it makes good sense. The reality is the NDP wants to make things up, scare Albertans, and say something's happening that is not happening. It is absolutely ridiculous that they continue to do it. And further, that has absolutely nothing to do with Bill 22, because Bill 22, the member barely touched on it, but he got to it finally, has to deal with grazing leases and agriculture landscapes. Now, he says, what happens with jobs? The Saskatchewan government and the BC government now allow our cattle ranchers on those border areas to be able to purchase grass next to their farms that are associated with that, or to lease grass that is next to their farms to be able to operate their cattle operations. And in exchange for that, our farmers that are on, and our ranchers that are in those exact same situations can do that back and forth. Seems to make sense. That's free trade. That's something the Premier campaigned on. Something that's very important to the Honourable the Premier, is to be able to make sure that we can work across interprovincial lines to be able to create economic prosperity inside this province. Works. Why would the NDP be opposed to that? Why would the NDP be opposed to us working under interprovincial barriers? The NDP rose today inside this chamber and wants you to believe that Ontario cattle ranchers are going to come and buy up all the grazing leases in this province, which, by the way, by law must be grazed. You can't just go buy a grazing lease and not put cows on it. We have rules for that. So it must be grazed. Are going to load up all their cows and move them all the way to Alberta just for the grazing season, and then they're going to load them all back on the train and they're going to bring them home. I don't think the NDP understand how the cattle industry works. As I used to always say to their former agriculture minister, which side of the cow got up first, and he used to get very, very confused about that in question period, because they don't understand the agriculture industry at all. And if their argument really is inside this chamber that they don't want to support a red tape reduction bill that will make it easier for our lease operators to be able to interact with the province of Saskatchewan and BC and vice versa, because that is somehow going to cause an influx of people to come take over Alberta land. It's ridiculous that the idea is that everybody would move their cows here just to be able to graze our grass. The reality is this: the NDP have no better argument than to make things up, because that's all they have left. They're the party of fear and smear. They're the party of making things up, Mr. Speaker. And it's why they're going to be in opposition forever, Madam Chair. And I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure we remove at least a half more of these guys' seats in 2023.
Honourable members, we are on Amendment A2 on Bill 22. If there are any other honourable members wishing to rise in debate. Seeing none, I'm prepared to call the question. On Amendment A2, as proposed by the Honourable Member for Edmonton Decore, are you agreed? Agreed. Any opposed? No. That amendment is defeated. We are back on the main bill, Bill 22. If there are any honourable members wishing to speak, I see the member for Edmonton Decore has risen.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate being able to speak yet again here to Bill 22. I must admit I found it very entertaining from the government House Leader. You know, I have never had any problems admitting when, you know, I have a less than stellar knowledge in an area, and certainly agriculture would not be one of those. But, you know, I might surmise that the government House Leader has no clue about how unions work. But anyway, and so we are back here. I had mentioned earlier, Madam Chair, that I had some very serious concerns around ramping up the timelines, potentially around projects that are being proposed to be built within the province, specifically around consultations. Our Indigenous peoples deserve to have very fulsome consultations, productive consultations, not just somebody showing up, taking a few notes, and considering that consultation because, you know, the clock's running here. We got to get this project built. But the other thing that I thought was very, very interesting, as I said, is having been fortunate enough to serve in the 29th legislature, I certainly remember the members opposite on the government benches and in the government caucus who served also in that 29th legislature. Whenever they saw any kind of move to allow a minister to do more or even perceived to do more, quite honestly, Madam Chair, they would light their hair on fire. And yet here we are in Bill 22, taking away cabinet oversight and just allowing the minister to make all kinds of decisions on behalf of Albertans. And I'm almost positive that roles reversed, we would have another scenario where we would have a lot of hair on fire in this chamber, Madam Chair, figuratively speaking, of course, because we wouldn't want to set off the sprinkler systems in here. It would cause all kinds of problems. And so to be in a position to just simply mandate these things that are going on is a concern for Albertans. You know, I have to say, Madam Chair, when the government House leader talked about, you know, all the things that we used to do and everything like that, I have a significant trust issue with the government. I remember the Premier saying, you know, I will disclose my donors. Didn't happen. I remember the government saying that we will protect public health care. We're now looking at a system that could have people checking their credit rating before they have their pulse checked. I guess my hope is that the Minister for Environment and Parks has said that parks aren't going to be sold off. And so hopefully that won't be the case. You have to excuse me if I don't hold my breath, just to be on the safe side. But I guess another thing that concerns me around this is the ability to, shall we say, maybe get creative with some of these deals, leaving it all to the minister. You know, we've already, you know, seen some, shall we say, appointments that have been made. And, you know, 1 minute we're talking about qualifications, and then the next minute we're doing this over here. And so just the way the language is structured, it gives me pause. It gives me pause, but I'm hoping that we won't see anything like that. But I guess I have to say, how is this red tape? I mean, I appreciate the government House leader talking about working collaboratively between provinces, and hopefully that same zeal will be brought forward, for instance, with our small brewers to gain access to other provinces like everybody else can come in. But that said, I'm not dissuaded yet. I do have another amendment, and I will pass those forward to you and await your instructions.
A3. So I'll take the original. So, Honourable Member, this amendment will be known as Amendment A3, and if you'd like to read it into the record, that would be great.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that Bill 22, Red Tape Reduction Implementation Act 2020, be amended by striking out Section 10. And so I'd already provided a few brief comments around that. And so, you know, if members that served in the 29th are true to their word, and they are very, very concerned about any additional powers that a minister should be receiving, then it would make sense to take out this section just based on that alone. And so I certainly look forward to seeing the response on this, and if that is indeed the case, I would urge members to support this amendment and you know, hopefully give Albertans a little bit of confidence in what they say and then, of course, what they do later on.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Are there any other Honourable Members wishing to speak to Amendment A3? Seeing none, I'm prepared to call the question on Amendment A3 as proposed by the Honourable Member for Edmonton-Descours. Are you agreed? Agreed. Any opposed? No. That amendment has been defeated, and we are back on the main bill, Bill 22. I see the Honourable Government House Leader has risen.
I move that we adjourn debate.
Having heard the motion as proposed by the Honourable Government House Leader to adjourn debate on Bill 22 when the committee and report progress when the committee arises, are you agreed? Agreed. Any opposed? That's carried. I see the Honourable Government House Leader.
That motion that we rise and report progress on Bill 22.
Oh. Okay. Having heard the motion to rise and report progress on Bill 22. Are you agreed? Agreed. Any opposed? That is carried. We will now rise and report. Sure. We'll give it to...
If you just want to read the report, she'll give it to you. So. Yeah. Oh, you can go this way for now. It's okay. Honourable Member for Calgary, Curry.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole has under consideration certain bills. The committee reports progress on the following bill, Bill 22. Mr. Speaker, I wish to table copies of all amendments considered by Committee of the Whole on this date for the official records of the Assembly.
Honourable Members, does the Assembly agree in the report? All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. Motion is carried and so ordered.
Under Government Motions, Government Motion 24, adjourn debate on amendment, Ms. Notley.
Honourable Members, we are on Government Motion 24, the amendment. The Honourable Member for Calgary West has risen to speak.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and certainly I'm honored to stand up in support of the bill. I know we are talking about the amendment, and I certainly would like to outline certainly my experience over the last several years as to my concerns in regards to the amendment for which the members opposite certainly have brought forward. So, first of all, Mr. Speaker, let me just say that racism, discrimination, and hatred cannot and will not be tolerated, full stop. The civil unrest that is currently going on in society, Mr. Speaker, certainly breaks my heart, and which is why in 2016, Mr. Speaker, it was I who stood alone in regards to the discriminatory practice of police carding. And I would like to outline this through a very, what I would argue to be a very compelling case. It was me who met with Black Lives Matter when the members opposite, under the leadership of the then Justice Minister, did not meet with Black Lives Matter, which quite frankly shocked that organization at that particular time. And quite frankly, in fact, Mr. Speaker, even shocked myself. Now, Mr. Speaker, when we talk about the practice of police carding, I think we need to put it in perspective. we need to talk about Section 9 of the Charter of Rights. Now, Section 9 of the Charter of Rights says that everyone has the right not to be arbitrarily detained or imprisoned. It protects citizens from unlawful detainment by the government. That was a position not only that I had, but was consistent with the Constitution. Section 9, again, of the Charter of Rights stated this. That, however, was not the position of the then government, which was the NDP. What that government believed, Mr. Speaker, that was just good old community policing. That detaining somebody and discriminating against them based upon their socioeconomic status, based upon the color of their skin, and based upon their culture was good old community policing. It's not true, Mr. Speaker. In fact, I raised this in this chamber starting November 18th, 2016. Recording their personal identification violates the fundamental right against arbitrary detention. It's a form of psychological detention, something that I said. And what I was met by the NDP was, well, the process of street checks or checkups can encompass a number of things and can encompass carding. I indicated that it violates the privacy rights of tens of thousands of Albertans, given the research that shows that carding results in institutional racism at the hands of the police. And what did I hear from the members opposite? Silence, Mr. Speaker. Sure. And as the member from Edmonton Meadows has said on a number of occasions, silence means that you're complicit. Not my words, Mr. Speaker. That's the words of the NDP. They were silent on this issue. Let me go a little further, Mr. Speaker, because I raised the issue on a number of occasions. Let's fast forward even to March 16th of 2017. The member opposite, the then Justice Minister, consulting with communities and police about whether police need to say in every instance that you are not required to provide this information, as we're referencing to police carding. Well, Mr. Speaker, there are good, honest people within this province, and the good, honest people within this province listen to what the police have to say. I appreciate that. But we have the Constitution, which protects these citizens against the arbitrary detention of its citizens. So, Mr. Speaker, I brought it forward again, and I said that the issue of carding, as it relates specifically to the Charter and this government, has a track record of failing to grasp the essence of the Charter, and given that Section 9 of the Charter and related Supreme Court rulings guard against arbitrary detention of all Canadians, why do we need a different model for Albertans when the Charter applies equally to all citizens of Canada, when all peace officers simply need to do is abide by the reasonable suspicion standard set by the Supreme Court of Canada? You don't know what the answer I got, Mr. Speaker? Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm not really sure where that member opposite got his law degree, but I might suggest that he go back to school.
Wow. Wow.
I think over the last several years, I think we've determined who needs to go back to school, Mr. Speaker.
Here, here.
So let's also talk about this history. I went back to 2016. Let's go back even further, Mr. Speaker. Let's go back to September 17th, 2015. Police carding undermines reconciliation. Treaty 6 Grand Chiefs brought this to the attention of that government. 2 First Nation chiefs say that police street checks in Edmonton erode trust within the community, with one chief warning it could jeopardize the reconciliation process. That's right, Mr. Speaker, silence again. And when they did speak, here's what they said, Mr. Speaker. Alberta Justice Minister, who is now the member, of course, from Calgary Mountain View, said this, Mr. Speaker. There is no evidence carding discriminates against racial groups or violates other human rights. So it is completely disingenuous for them to bring forward any amendment, or for, in fact, for them to even speak on this issue, Mr. Speaker. This was brought to their attention in September 17th, 2015. And then to listen to their leader talk about, well, they'd like to urge that this government, that they acknowledge the tragic history of racism directed at Indigenous people in Canada, and finally urge the government to consider these issues in an ongoing review of the Police Act. This was brought to their attention in 2015.
Wow.
And they did nothing, Mr. Speaker. In fact, Mr. Speaker, they had support from a couple of police chiefs that, thank goodness, are no longer chiefs. They say no change is necessary to street checks at that particular time. That certainly was a concern. When I stood alone, Mr. Speaker. I was on radio programs talking to news programs saying that, no, you cannot arbitrarily detain someone based upon the color of their skin, based upon their socioeconomic background, based upon their culture. You can't do that. And they were silent. And their silence, in their own words, means that they were complicit. It says here, Mr. Speaker, that there was November 18th, 2016. I said the police cannot just arbitrarily stop people on the street and demand identification from them. This is not really anything that is actually debatable here, Mr. Speaker. This is the Section 9 of the Charter of Rights. I stated it over and over and again. Carding is the recording of personal information by police without cause. Without cause. That means that the reasonable threshold, the reasonable suspicion threshold has not been reached. And the NDP said, well, let's just go to community policing, Mr. Speaker. Because community policing is about building relationships. Now, clearly that government at the time was receiving an extreme amount of public pressure. So, in November 21st, 2016, the Alberta Justice Minister developed a street check guidelines for police. Okay. That's great. That's a start. That's right. That's a start, right? They were going to establish a working group after hearing concerns from communities that sometimes are feeling targeted. And, you know, I can tell you, former deputy chief and former colleague of mine, Deputy Chief Sap Parhar, had indicated that, you know, they welcomed this because I know in the Calgary Police Service that they had checks and balances within that service to ensure that Section 9 of the Charter of Rights was being adhered to. They had a civilian oversight that was, again, to make sure that Section 9 was being complied with. That's a good thing, Mr. Speaker. Well, there was further pressure that was being put on the NDP at that particular time. I continued stating on several different occasions, of course, that everyone has the right not to be arbitrarily detained by prison. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I couldn't believe that I was continuing to have to just really repeat the lines that is specifically written in the Charter of Rights. I don't understand why there was even a doubt by that former government. So, EPS, at that time, decided to pivot. A couple other police chiefs started to pivot, hearing the pressure that maybe the carding issue was not something that people supported. So that was a good thing. That was a good thing, and I know that street checks on what many critics call carding is the police practice of randomly stopping people, questioning and documenting people without cause. Again, the key, without cause. It's something that is enshrined in our Constitution that they cannot be arbitrarily detained. So it was good to see a pivot by police services, by the Alberta Association of Chiefs of Police. But then, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go fast forward a bit to June 27th of 2017, where Black Lives Matter and the Institute for the Advancement of Aboriginal Women, they called that government, Mr. Speaker, for a province-wide ban on street checks. That's right, Mr. Speaker, silence again on that issue. Not a word from that government. In fact, Mr. Speaker, we have a quote here from the member from Edmonton Centre. When the practice of street carding was banned in Ontario, and there was silence from the former government, the member from Edmonton Centre said he wasn't really ready to say whether he supports the banning of street checks, even though Ontario had done that. Exactly, what? Let me just stress again. Stopping somebody without cause based upon the discriminatory practice of the color of one's skin, on their socioeconomic status, on their culture, is something that cannot be tolerated. It was not an acceptable practice. I'm proud to say that there were mechanisms by some police services, but not all police services. And that's what I was looking for at that time, Mr. Speaker. I gave them the answers to the test. I basically said all you had to do was put mechanisms in place to ensure that there was consistency, that Section 9 of the Charter of Rights was adhered to. And I was met with nothing but silence, Mr. Speaker. And I was met with nothing that was being done. In fact, one of these organizations said, we believe that carding for no reason does not build relationships. Rather, the contrary. It reinforces the attitude that Aboriginal women are not worthy of the human rights most Canadians enjoy. Well, wait a second, Mr. Speaker. Didn't I read here that the former minister said, and let me just remember this again, there's no evidence that carding discriminates against racial groups or violates other human rights. In law, we call that an inconsistency. And it's shameful. It's shameful, Mr. Speaker, when people like Black Lives Matter, when people like the Institute for the Advancement of Aboriginal Women were asking for help. So it is completely disingenuous when I listen to the leader of the official opposition when she talks about how she's going to support the Indigenous community and stand up for all the vulnerable people. Well, these vulnerable people were asking for help when that party was in government. And they did nothing. They did nothing, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, I'll fast forward you again. Let's go to February 3rd, 2019, which is right before the election. The province promised a review of street checks 18 months ago. Where is it? There was nothing. In December 18th, an independent report prepared by the Court of Appeal Justice for the Ontario government determined that carding should be banned, concluded that random street checks, which take considerable time and effort for police services to conduct, have little to no...
Honourable member, Standing Order 29-2A is available. I see the Honourable member for Lac St. Anne Parkland has risen.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I was very intrigued to hear the record being corrected on this subject. And the member from Calgary West, I would like to hear more if I may.
Well,
for Calgary West.
Thank you very much. And if I may continue, I'd like to thank that member for this additional time. Random street checks, which take a considerable time and effort for police services to conduct, have little to no verifiable benefits relating to the level of crime or even arrests. So so a statement that I made during that time, Mr. Speaker, that I said is completely disappointing that the NDP have not come up with this or any outcome that is supposed to review what was initiated on this very important issue a few years ago. And Mr. Speaker, in fact, I don't know how it could get any worse, but it does actually get even worse, Mr. Speaker. It's Indigenous persons are largely overrepresented in those street checks, with rates that are ranging from 4 to 5 times the rate of whites when only considering a single racial identity, and 12 to 15 times when including individuals with multiple racial identities in the analysis. So the evidence was there. Yet I think they were criticizing our government for wanting to talk to people one-on-one. Well, at least we have people within this government willing to talk to these organizations, willing to maybe make attempts to address this issue, because it didn't happen under that previous government. So I also want to state one more thing, Mr. Speaker. And when this did not happen, and this is one of our advocates, Bashir Mohammed, who led the charge of the group's advocacy against street checks, said that he had hoped to see a report by the spring of 2018. And when that didn't happen, he said he felt burned out and disillusioned by the process. After not hearing anything, Mr. Speaker, I just kind of feel like they went into a black hole and that they didn't want to deal with it. That's what he said about that former government, Mr. Speaker. That's embarrassing. So it's embarrassing that they are standing up here like the heroes of those who are most vulnerable, when in fact, I've clearly outlined a case dating back to 2015, when they had the ability as government to deal with this issue, and they did nothing. They were first silent on the issue, they were complicit on that particular issue, and then when they did strike up a working group, nothing was ever achieved. So I welcome this new government. The issue has been raised. It's been raised for several years. I really hope that the minister will take the time to address this, see what they can within the Police Act itself. And I will say, Mr. Speaker, based upon the case that I have just provided you, that I will not be supporting this amendment, but I will be supporting this motion. And I want to state again, for the record, that is very important to everybody know this, that racism, discrimination, hatred, it cannot, it will not be tolerated, and we need to do whatever we can as a people to ensure that this does not continue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, there's approximately a minute left. I see the honourable member for Calgary Glenmore has risen.
On 22-9?
That is on 29-2A.
Sorry.
Is there anyone else that wishes to provide a brief question or comment on 29-2A? Seeing none, the honourable member for Calgary Glenmore. Oh, correction. The honourable member for Edmonton South, followed by Calgary Glenmore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise today and speak to Government Motion 24 and the amendment on the motion in this Assembly. Mr. Speaker, it is very interesting, some of the words that have been brought forward by members of the government caucus and government itself, indeed, in these last few weeks as we've debated this motion. We know that in these last few weeks and months, we have seen an increase in awareness around issues such as Black Lives Matter, such as anti-racism, and such as the effects that systemic racism has on our constituents and our communities. Now, Mr. Speaker, it is very clear that this Assembly stands against racism in all its forms, or at least members of both sides of this House have expressed that through their words here in this place, Mr. Speaker. But it is often said that actions speak louder than words. But Mr. Speaker, I think we should talk about both. I think we should talk about the words that the Premier's chief speechwriter, the person that he literally has put words in his mouth, has stated. Indeed, the Premier's speechwriter described residential schools as a bogus genocide story, and that Indigenous youth could be ripe recruits for violent insurgencies. In fact, Mr. Speaker, as recently as in 2016, Butter describes Rob Canoe, now leader of the Manitoba official opposition, as one of a group of, quote, modern-day Aboriginal nomads who migrate from conference to conference just as their ancestors pursued the buffalo, end quote. Mr. Speaker, in 2015, Butter refers to the perverted sword of Islam and writes that following the Paris terrorist attacks, quote, and amid evidence that the perpetrators were either homegrown Islamists or part of the great refugee tsunami, inevitably there are questions about how many barbarians are inside the gates, end quote. Mr. Speaker, this is just a few of the countless examples of bigoted comments that are coming from this Premier's office. When we talk about including marginalized people, when we talk about having marginalized communities represented and understood and having anti-racist discussions in this place, what we should be looking for is for the Premier to unreservedly disavow these comments and fire Paul Bunner. Instead, Mr. Speaker, what we see is a Premier and a government caucus that stands by these words every single day. Every single day that Paul Bunner remains in the Premier's office is a day that they are condoning those statements, Mr. Speaker. It is unacceptable that that man is able to continue to put words in the Premier's mouth. Now, we also know, Mr. Speaker, that this government has a history in just the last year of making racist comments. Mr. Speaker, it is very clear that we saw the Premier in this place during the COVID pandemic make statements such as Dr. Tam, the Canada's Chief Medical Officer of Health, was, quote, controlled by China. This stoked anti-Chinese and anti-Asian sentiments in the height of the COVID pandemic, which we are still in the middle of, Mr. Speaker. It is abundantly clear that it is unacceptable to have these types of statements coming from our government, coming from our Premier, and coming from members of the government caucus. Mr. Speaker, we saw as recently as 2013 the Minister of Health say that he disliked living across from the Chinese consulate. And again in this place, the Premier, the Minister of Health, and other members of this government have refused to apologize for any of these statements. So, Mr. Speaker, actions do speak louder than words, but we can look at both. And we can say that both in the words of this government and in the actions of this government, they are doing nothing on the racism file. Instead, what they are doing is they are stoking racist sentiments, and they are indeed acting in manners which would offend many Albertans, Mr. Speaker. It is simply untrue that this government can hold and claim to hold the moral high ground on racism. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, I do not need to be lectured by government members on how the opposition does not understand the issues of racism, Mr. Speaker, because we know that Albertans deserve a voice at the table. We know that Albertans understand that there are systemic barriers to accessing government programs and services. They understand there are things like language barriers. They understand that we need to have larger discussions on how we want to interact with our government systems and our public services and our law enforcement agencies. They understand that these are real conversations we have to have. But when this government refuses to apologize, refuses to condemn, and refuses to address any of the clearly racist comments, whether they are anti-Asian or anti-Indigenous comments coming out of the Premier's office, coming out of the Premier's front bench, then it becomes abundantly clear that this government is not serious about taking action. Instead, what this government is doing is they are moving motions as window dressing. They are moving motions to try and distract Albertans from their actions. They are trying to distract Albertans from the clearly racist comments that they are making. It's something that I think members of this government caucus should be ashamed of. When the government whip rises in this place and tries to lecture the opposition about our record on racism, perhaps he needs to look inside his own caucus and question why he is not questioning his own Premier, why he is not questioning his leader as to why their leader is allowing such a man to continue to put words in his mouth and speak on behalf of the government, Mr. Speaker. We know that this is the reality we live in today. The reality we live in is that Paul Bunner continues to write the speeches of the Premier of Alberta, continues to put words literally in the mouth of the Premier of Alberta. And this is a man who has shown for decades that he has been bigoted and has been anti-Islamist and anti-Indigenous.
The point of order has been called. The honourable member for Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo.
Speaker, 23HIJ. I mean, he's saying commentary to stir up some negative feelings. He's clearly saying things that are quite clearly wrong. He states that we are stoking racism, that we're clearly making racist comments. He makes insinuations and assassinations on the character of someone who's on the staff here in the legislature. And he's demonstrated time and time again to be a very competent individual who is not racist, who clearly writes quite controversial things that you may object to. But, and these things were done decades ago. I mean, do I point out that the member from from Edmonton, where are we at here? You know, Edmonton Ellerslie is a former leader of the Communist Party and would like communism to rule in Canada and that this legislation not even be here. Do we point those things out? I mean, the man also defended,
Remember, unless you have additional information to add that's relevant to the comments made by the honourable member for Edmonton South.
The member needs to pull his comments and he needs to apologize because his insinuations are rude and just unworthy of this house. And he needs to be very careful that he doesn't continue to.
Okay, thank you. I got the gist.
Mr. Speaker, order.
Okay.
Unless
I'll make that determination. I have no problem, and I'm happy to have you speak to this point of order, and I'm also happy to hear other concerns that you may or may not have. But at this point in time, I'd like you to address the point of order that we are currently discussing. The honourable member for Edmonton Ellerslie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I do believe that the member did get up and speak to, end quote, Standing Order 23 H-I-N-J. Of course, the member from Edmonton South is mainly sharing comments that have already been stated and are part of the record, have both been in the media, and he's basically just introducing those comments that have already been made publicly into the House, Mr. Speaker. I see no point of order here. He is not trying to create disorder. He's not trying to impute false motives. He is simply bringing what is part of public record and bringing it into the House, Mr. Speaker.
Are there other submissions? If not, I'm prepared to rule. I appreciate the submissions from both of the honourable members. I would agree that this is not a point of order. There is always consistent amount of discussion and debate around making comments about individuals who are unable to defend themselves inside the Assembly. Sometimes a wide range of discussion around that particular point of exactly who that applies to. In this case, I will rule that there is no point of order, and this is a matter of debate. The honourable member for Edmonton South, the honourable member for Edmonton Ellerslie is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, it is completely inflammatory that this member would get up in this House and deliberately state, I believe he stated that I used to be the leader of the Communist Party. Nothing can be more outrageous and a lie. And I would ask, Mr. Speaker, that he withdraw and apologize for making that statement within the House.
Well, you could rise and speak to the point of order that is before the Assembly. You're not able to call a point of order on his point of order. However, if you would like to do that after we've addressed the point of order, if you would like to address comments that were made, of course you'd be more than welcome to do so, although I will provide caution to the honourable member for Edmonton Ellerslie. We were so close to and then you had to go and use unparliamentary language in your argument. The difficulty when a member does that is it prevents the ability for decorum to be raised again, which I don't believe that was your intent. I think that you raised a very reasonable point of order. One in which I'm not sure if somebody on the government side of the House wants to defend or not. I am prepared to rule, or perhaps the honourable member for Fort McMurray Buffalo would like to apologize or would like to withdraw his comments, because certainly that's where this will end up. I don't think it's reasonable to make those assertions that you made during your point of order.
And
sorry.
sorry.
You can't just stand up and start talking in the Assembly. Okay, no problem. You can have a seat. And the opportunity to speak to the point of order was when I asked if there was anyone who would like to speak. Now that I've ruled, the honourable member can withdraw his comments and we can all move forward.
I'll withdraw my comments. Thank you very much.
The honourable, I think that we've addressed the situation with the use of the word lie, and the honourable member can withdraw those remarks as well.
Withdraw the remarks, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, we are on Government Motion 24 on Amendment A1. The honourable member for Edmonton South was speaking some time ago, and I believe that he has 8 minutes and 55 seconds remaining in his remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to continue in this place, especially after given the opportunity to catch my breath. However, I believe I was speaking on the actions of this government and how we want to actually address racism and speak to the issues of racism in this place. And Mr. Speaker, I've spoken at length tonight already about how I believe this government is not taking action on things like anti-Indigenous racism or anti-Black racism. I've spoken at length about how this government's actions show that they are clearly out of step with what Albertans would expect from a government. But Mr. Speaker, I want to speak to some information that came to light just a couple weeks ago here. And as recently as the beginning of this month, in early July here, the University of Alberta, along with I believe it was the Angus Reid Institute, issued a study that said that a majority of Canadians, Asian Canadians, had experienced some form of anti-Asian racism. So they had experienced, whether it was an insult or some sort of direct attack, anti-Asian racism. And Mr. Speaker, I rose in this place not that long ago and I asked the ministers in the front bench here what they were doing to try and combat anti-Asian racism. And basically, Mr. Speaker, instead of getting any answer, I got political talking points. Instead of actually speaking to the issues of things like what the health minister was saying around living across from the Chinese consulate, instead of actually answering questions about things like what the Premier had stated around Dr. Tam and being controlled by China, instead of actually answering any questions, the ministers in this place got up and actually defended those comments and made excuses for those comments. Mr. Speaker, that is absolutely unacceptable. It is absolutely unacceptable that members of this place would make excuses for comments that Asian Canadians have taken to mean, have taken to be offensive and have taken to be anti-Asian sentiment. And Mr. Speaker, I think that is abundantly clear that when we try to talk about racism in this place, and we try to talk about how we want to deal with racism in this place, and accepting and consulting marginalized communities, that we have to have a larger discussion about what elected officials will be doing, and how elected officials want to address these concerns. And Mr. Speaker, the answer is not in the government finger-pointing and saying the opposition's record is poor on racism. That is not the answer on how we want to deal with anti-racism in Canada. It is becoming clear that being not racist is not enough. When this government makes normal and allows and makes acceptable to have people with racist views in the Premier's office, when they make it acceptable to apologize for racist views in their benches and to excuse racist views in their benches, it becomes clear that this normalization of racism and systemic racism is not going to be good enough. Instead, what we have to do is we have to strive to be anti-racist. We have to strive to call out this racism when we see it. We have to strive to actually actively engage in removing this racism from our institutions. That would include things like firing Paul Bunner, like firing the chief speechwriter for the Premier, who literally puts words in the Premier's mouth. Because, Mr. Speaker, it is unacceptable to have anybody refer to the history of residential schools we have here in this country as a bogus genocide story. It is unacceptable to have anybody in this place refer to Islam as a perverted sword. And Mr. Speaker, I think it's very clear that the vast majority of Albertans reject these comments. They completely reject these ideals. And Mr. Speaker, I think it's completely clear that this government is aware of that. That is why they are doing some dog whistle politics and bringing in motions like this, Mr. Speaker. But instead of actually going in and taking action, they instead are deciding to only talk. And Mr. Speaker, they have many words. And they have many words which include blaming the opposition. And include blaming the opposition for not taking enough action. But Mr. Speaker, it's becoming very clear that this government has no intention of taking any action at all. And it has no intention of actually dissuading these types of comments from within their own caucus, let alone within their own senior staff. And that is what is extremely and profoundly disappointing. That is what is extremely and profoundly disappointing to members of this Assembly and to Albertans. Because, Mr. Speaker, we know that here in Alberta, racism continues to be alive and true. Just last week, that there were Nazi symbols spray painted across my constituency, across vehicles in my constituency and property in my constituency, Mr. Speaker. And yes, some people will say that this is simply kids being kids, but Mr. Speaker, the reality is that people felt emboldened to put these symbols on vehicles. People felt emboldened to deface property with these symbols, and that is simply unacceptable. We have to take a stand in this place that cannot continue. We have to take a stand in this place that we will be actively against this type of hate speech, that we will be actively against this type of action. And Mr. Speaker, it's abundantly clear that this government is not willing to take those actions, that this government is not willing to move on and actually fire people who are racist that work for them, that this government is not willing to move on and actually apologize for comments that are made, even if they were a few years ago, they are not willing to actually apologize for comments that have offended the sensibilities of visual minorities and marginalized communities. So, Mr. Speaker, it's very clear that this government and government caucus is not interested in taking action on racism, is not interested in actually supporting the anti-racist initiatives, and indeed, I believe that they should be ashamed of the stance they are taking and ashamed to be rejecting this amendment. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I would move to adjourn debate.
Honourable members, having heard the motion to adjourn debate, all those in favour, please say aye. Any opposed, please say no. The motion is carried and so ordered.
Under Government Bills and Orders for second reading, Bill 29, Local Authorities Election Amendment Act 2020. Adjourned debate, Mr. Schmidt.
Honourable members, we are on second reading of Bill 29. I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton Rutherford has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Nice to see you back in the chair, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak to Bill 29. As you can imagine, I have a number of serious concerns about this bill and wanted to have an opportunity to speak to it, and particularly like to reinforce some of the comments made by the very people who are most likely to be affected by it, and that is the municipalities and the people that they represent, municipalities. Now, we know in this particular bill that there are substantial changes to the financing aspect of municipal governments, elections, and that decision to change the financial arrangements in elections in municipalities has received a fairly resounding negative response from the very municipalities that will largely affect. We know that the presidents of both the AUMA and the RMA have very politely, of course, expressed their concerns about the intention of this bill and the effect that this bill is going to have on the elections that they, of course, are a part of. And we know that mayors of both Edmonton and Calgary have also again expressed their concerns. And it's very difficult for all of these people to do it, as in fact the municipalities are the child of the provincial government. In fact, they have a control exerted on them by the provincial government, and so to challenge the very government that controls their finances, that controls their very existence, is one that requires a great tact and of course some great degree of courage, and yet they have all done so. And I know that they haven't come out in blistering attack. Well, I suppose the mayor of Calgary sort of did, but they haven't come out necessarily in blistering attacks, because what they want here is they really want a change, and they don't want to get into a fight. Instead, what they would like to see is they'd like to see the government of Alberta rescind this decision and perhaps spend some time talking with the municipalities about the reasoning behind the decision, and more importantly, perhaps the implications of the decision that are being made here in this bill. And I know that in various newspaper articles that have consulted with researchers and academics in the area of municipal governments, that there's also been a fair number of commentators concerned about the direction of this bill and worried about where this will go. I know, for example, that one such commentator indicated that they've looked at the argument that somehow this bill is about leveling the playing field, and has responded that they didn't in fact understand the nature of that argument at all, because in fact what it does not do is it does nothing to ensure fairness. In fact, it is much more likely to change the level playing field into one in which those with the deepest pockets have the greatest amount of ability to influence the decisions that are being made. So let's just take a look for a second about what decisions it is that people are very concerned about. Now, first of all, the primary concern is the amount of money, and the amount of money not only in terms of individual donors, but the amount of money that can be put in spread over multiple candidates, and therefore one donor having the ability to spend literally hundreds of thousands of dollars in municipal elections to influence municipal elections throughout the province of Alberta. And I know that from time to time, members of the government side of the House wax poetic about some belief that there are foreign influences on Canadian politics, and although there's really no substantial evidence to indicate that there is, they frequently bemoan the idea that someone outside of your jurisdiction would have the ability to use funding to influence a decision or a political process within your jurisdiction. So if that is their philosophical principle, if that is their philosophical concern, then of course you would think that they would be equally concerned about people outside of any municipality influencing that municipality. And yet here we have exactly the opposite behavior. Talking out of one side of your mouth, acting out of the other. There are words to describe that which I won't use because I'm trying not to start another fight this evening. I see support all around the House for me not doing that. But I just want to point out the fact that if you were going to make a decision to act, you really should have thought about what is the underlying philosophical belief system that instigates the decision that you're going to employ. Why is it that you're choosing to do what you're choosing to do? And if you have a already well-known, established philosophical position that says no one should be able to unduly influence decisions in another jurisdiction, then of course you should act on that philosophical position, and you should say, let's keep that rule true at all times and in all places. But it appears that what is good for the goose is not good for the gander in this particular situation. And of course that leads us to worry about why it is that the government would choose to go in this particular direction. The bill in this case removes the limit of $4,000 for donations and increases that to $10,000. Already we have a concern. We have a concern because, of course, the vast majority of people simply don't have $10,000. In fact, the vast majority of people never put in the $4,000 in the first place. And that tells us something. That tells us that there was no problem with the limit, that the vast majority of people were coming nowhere near the limit. And so the limit wasn't stopping the vast majority of Albertans from participating in their electoral process. It was not an inhibitor. It was not a barrier. It was not a problem for the electoral processes as it occurred in this province. But moving it up to 10,000 has a very particular effect, not on the great majority of people. I would suggest, in fact, it's probably not on 90 to 95% of the people who donate to political campaigns. It only has an effect on a very small group of people. And so what we have here is the government making a decision to find themselves in alignment with a very narrow selection of society, typically described as the 1% in political discourse, and making the decision that this small group of people should be given every opportunity to supersede the influence that is available to the average citizen in the province of Alberta, and shift from having funding available to everybody to funding that is really only available to the few. And with that, I will end my comments.
Honourable members, Standing Order 29-2A is available if anyone has a brief question or a comment. Seeing none, is there anyone else wishing to speak to the bill? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Ellerslie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, we've had a number of bills before us that actually speak to reintroducing dark money, and not only dark money, but large amounts of money back into political processes, specifically in elections within the province. And now, yet we have here another one being brought forward by this UCP government, wanting to take us back in time to a time where, you know, big money in politics, you know, American-style big PACs are going to be reintroduced into municipal and school board elections. Good old days of the Conservatives coming back again, you know. And, you know, the honourable member from Edmonton, Rutherford, you know, he spoke at length about it, so I don't want to drag it on too long. And for that reason, I'm going to introduce an amendment, sir. I'll wait until those have been handed over to the table.
These guys will grab it, and as soon as I have a copy and the table has a copy, I'll ask you to proceed.
Okay. So I'll just read this into...
Just hang on, if you wouldn't mind.
Pardon me?
Thank you. Stephanie, this is REF, or REF. Members, the amendment will be referred to as REF1. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Ellerslie has 13 minutes and 51 seconds remaining.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So I'm just going to read it into the record. I move that the motion for second reading of Bill 29, Local Authorities Election Amendment Act 2020, be amended by deleting all the words after that and substituting the following. Bill 29, Local Authorities Election Amendment Act 2020, be not now read a second time, but that the subject matter of the bill be referred to the Standing Committee on Resource Stewardship in accordance with Standing Order 74.2. So because we've had a number of these types of bills coming before the House, Mr. Speaker, I do believe that and I'm not only speaking on my own behalf, I'm actually speaking on behalf of several constituents who, you know, I've brought it to their attention that what's actually happening with these bills in terms of how, you know, this UCP government wants to reintroduce big money back into the political process and specifically elections. And, you know, people are just dumbfounded about this whole situation. The fact that, you know, such large amounts of money want to be reintroduced back into elections. And of course, what else could we expect but from this United Conservative government? Yes, going back to the good old days again, you know, like with specific interests being able to actually influence the electoral process. And for that reason, I think it's so important that we actually send this bill, this particular bill, Local Authorities Amendment Act 2020, to committee, and we actually give the Alberta public the opportunity to voice their opinion, so that this UCP government can actually hear it straight from the people of Alberta, how they do not want big money back in the political process in this province. I think it's only fair that we give the opportunity for people to voice their opinions on it. I mean, when we were in government, our very first bill, as people may well know, was to actually ban corporate and union donations. We kept that promise. It was part of our platform. We respected the Alberta public. They wanted this particular move. But yet now here we are, it's 2020, and we're seeing the reintroduction of big money into the political process once again. So with that being said, Mr. Speaker, I highly encourage all members of this House to support this amendment. Let's send it to committee. Let's give Albertans the opportunity to voice their opinion on this particular subject, and then follow through with what the Alberta public really wants, and that is no more big money in the political process.
Honourable members, is there anyone else wishing to speak to the amendment REF1? The Honourable Member for Calgary Buffalo.
Not just speak briefly to it. I agree with the member from Ellerslie, Edmonton Ellerslie, that there are people who are concerned with the direction that this Local Authorities Elections Act amendment is taking us, and would like an opportunity to address their elected representatives. And I think the committee that has been talked about here on resource stewardship has been mentioned a number of times as a place in other circumstances to refer things to, and I think just received some different mandates or additional mandates. But when I look at the information that's coming my way from citizens and others who are in stakeholder organizations, I clearly see that they don't agree with not all of the amendments, but a lot of the substantive ones that have to do with the amount of money that candidates can accumulate. And so I also see that people are concerned about referendums being put on the local municipal ballot. They're concerned that it'll defocus from the work that they want to do in the local communities and take people to the ballot box for reasons other than local issues. So, Mr. Speaker, certainly support the recommendation amendment brought up by my colleague, and think it would provide an interesting juxtaposition to hear the views of Albertans in this regard, and really we have an opportunity to get this right, and I just don't believe we're going in the right direction with some of the work that's in the actual act, and would like to see the amendment supported as well.
Honourable Member, Standing Order 29-2A is available if anyone has a brief question or a comment. Seeing none, is there anyone else wishing to speak to the amendment? If there's no others, I'm prepared to call the question. Honourable Members, having heard the motion as proposed by the Honourable Member for Edmonton Ellerslie on Amendment REF1, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. In my opinion, the noes have it. That amendment is defeated. And we are on Bill 29, the Local Authorities Election Amendment Act 2020 at second reading. Is there anyone wishing to speak? If there's none, I am prepared to call the question. Who's the mover? Who's the mover? Honourable members, having heard the motion as proposed by the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs for second reading of Bill 29, the Local Authorities Election Amendment Act 2020. All those in favor of the motion for second reading, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered.
Bill 29, Local Authorities Election Amendment Act 2020 is now read a second time. Committee of the Whole.
Tracy will start.
We are not on an amendment.
No, it's the first time it's been up in committee.
Yep. Thank you, honourable members. I would like to call the committee to order. The Committee of the Whole has under consideration Bill number 26, Constitutional Referendum Amendment Act 2020. Are there any comments, questions, or amendments to be offered with respect to this bill? I see the honourable member for Edmonton Manning has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to rise and to speak to Bill 26, the Constitutional Referendum Amendment Act. An act that I think we've spent quite a bit of time talking about in regards to, the importance of referendums, but also the concerns that the opposition has when it comes to the amount of money that has now been increased in relation to Bill 26. So what we've seen, and it's been 26, 27, and 29, there's a lot of money that's now been added into for third-party advertising and fundraising. And so what we see with Bill 26 is that currently the piece of legislation says that any third-party advertiser who spends less than $350,000 does not have to provide audited expenses to the Chief Electoral Officer. So they still have to report that they've spent the money, but they don't have to demonstrate a proof of what they are reporting as being actuals to what they've spent. So an example would be someone who says that they've spent $349,000 on print advertising, when in fact they've spent $349,000 on TV ads, or something like that. So there is some concern around the transparency of this big money that we are seeing being reintroduced into different levels of potential elections that will be called. We know that there is a potential for a referendum to be called during the next municipal election, and that's the prerogative of the government to do that and to create the question. The concern again, though, is that that's a lot of money, $500,000 per third-party advertiser to be able to be pro or con on a referendum question. And then, of course, that same third party under Bill 27 could also fundraise for a senator or fundraise for, under Bill 29, a municipal candidate. And so we start to see these numbers significantly increasing when we see a variety of different elections happening at the same time. And so again, it's not that we don't support referendums, but we do have some concerns around the reporting of where the money is going and what it's being spent on. And of course, the potential that when you have three different types of elections all happening at the same time, that there could be certain individuals that would be able to influence all three different pieces of the election process, whether it be a referendum question, whether it be supporting a certain senator running on behalf of a certain party, and or an individual who's running for city council or school board. So I do have an amendment, and I will be really quick in the amendment. I will take a copy. Mr. Chair, do you want me to read it or do you want me to wait? Original's on top, yeah.
Do you want to just flip it around? Yes, please, go ahead and read it into the record.
Thank you, Mr.
For
Chair.
those of you who would like a copy of it, just put up your hand and it'll be delivered. There's also the opportunity to get it at the tables in the back corners as well. And for the benefit of everybody in the House, this will be referred to as Amendment A1.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. So again, Amendment A1 reads as follows. The member for Edmonton Manning to move that Bill 26, the Constitutional Referendum Amendment Act 2020, be amended in Section 11, subsection 7, in the proposed Section 44.9499992, subsection 1, by striking out $350,000 and substituting $100,000. Now, the reason for this amendment, Mr. Chair, is that currently, like I said, the legislation says that audited expenses do not have to be provided to the Chief Electoral Officer if they spend, the individual or third party spends less than $350,000. What we see in other areas, including the Elections Act, is that the cap is actually $100,000. And so for consistency purposes and for transparency, and given the fact that, you know, we have seen this happening in other provincial elections, such as the one that happened a year ago, or a year and a half ago now, that $100,000 is reasonable and people are able to provide the audited expenses based on that $100,000. To increase it to $350,000 for only one piece, and I know the government will say this is red tape reduction, but the reality is that it's a lot of money, and it would be fair for Albertans to know what third-party advertisers are spending that money on, so that they know exactly where it's going and what it's being used for in regards to the election. So I would encourage all members to look at being consistent across all pieces of legislation and support the amendment to have audited statements over $100,000 be reported instead of $350,000.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Are there any Honourable Members looking to join debate on Amendment A1 of Bill 26? See none. On the Amendment A1 as proposed by the Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning, are you agreed? Agreed. Any opposed? That amendment is defeated. Moving back to the bill proper, Bill 26, Constitutional Referendum Amendment Act 2020. Are there any honourable members wishing to join debate? I see the honourable member for Edmonton Manning has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, I rise to speak to an amendment that I will be moving. And again, I hope my original is here. Okay. In regards to, can you get me the original, please? I can just sign it, okay. Thank you, Madam Chair, or Mr. Chair.
No need.
So I have an amendment to introduce. The top one is re-signed with the blue copy as directed by the table. So I will do that. Would you like me to read it into the record?
Sure, yeah, please, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning to move that Bill 26, Constitutional Referendum Amendment Act 2020 be amended in Section 11, subsection 7, in the proposed Section 44.94995, subsection 2, by striking out the third party is so registered and substituting the following. A, the third party is a registered third party, and B, the third party has registered with the electoral officer whether they will promote or oppose the question or questions in the referendum to which the contributor or expenses relate.
Be referred to as Amendment A2. If the honourable member could please continue with your comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So again, I think it's pretty self-explanatory. Basically, what we're suggesting is, or recommending to the House, is that based on the legislation as it is written right now, if there is a referendum question put to Albertans, there is no requirement at this time for any third party who is fundraising and advertising to acknowledge whether or not they are in support of the referendum question or opposed to the referendum question. And I think, again, for transparency for all Albertans to see how much money is being spent in regards to certain campaign questions, there is and could be a requirement and should be a requirement that when a third party registers with the Chief Electoral Officer, that they identify whether they are pro or opposed to the question. It's open, it's transparent, and then we can see clearly how much money was being influenced in regards to the pro and how much was being influenced in regards to the opposed. And with that, I will close with my remarks.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Are there any Honourable Members looking to join debate on Amendment A2? Seeing none, on Amendment A2 as proposed by the Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning, are you agreed? All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. That amendment is defeated. Are there members wishing to join debate on Bill 26? Seeing none, are you ready for the question on Bill 26, Constitutional Referendum Amendment Act 2020? On the clauses of the bill, are you agreed? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. That is carried. On the title and preamble, are you agreed? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. That is carried. Shall the bill be reported? Are you agreed? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. That is carried. House.
22. Sounds like a nice round number.
Oh, really? Okay. Like no amendment. Here's 26. You know what, this line's off. Thank you, Honourable Members. The Committee of the Whole has under consideration Bill 22, Red Tape Reduction Implementation Act 2020. Are there any comments, questions, or amendments to be offered to this bill at this time? I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton Ellerslie has risen.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I do rise, as was the intention of the member from, what's Chris's? The member from Edmonton Decor was hoping to introduce yet another amendment before the House, so I do so on his behalf. And in particular, well, I'll just, I'll hand those in.
Where is this?
So if you like, Mr. Chair, I can continue and read it into the record.
Yeah, please read it into the record. For the benefit of everybody, it will be referred to as Amendment A4. Okay. So if you could please continue, and then once finished, just go ahead and complete or continue with your remarks.
Thank you very much. So on behalf of the member from Edmonton Tagore, I move that Bill 22 Red Tape Reduction Implementation Act 2020 be amended by striking out sections 5, 6, 7, and 8. So, we recognize that Energy Efficiency Alberta has been a success, and it's actually helping to grow the economy and to create jobs. And it, of course, provided positive returns to Albertans. Energy Efficiency Alberta delivered $850 million in economic growth between 2017 and 2019. And every dollar invested had a return of $3.20. And it cut 5.7 million tons between 2017 and 2019. On several occasions, members from the other side have gotten up and stated, well, we don't know what the outcomes of what Energy Efficiency Alberta was, and yet there we have them. This is how we have chosen to move forward. So our hope is that then by moving in this direction, we can actually work towards making this particular piece of legislation just that much better, Mr. Chair. So with that, I'll complete my remarks.
Honorable members, we are on Amendment A4 of Bill 22, Red Tape Reduction Implementation Act 2020. Are there any honorable members wishing to join debate on A4? I see the honorable member for Calgary McCall has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise to speak to the amendment on the floor to Bill 22, brought forward by my colleague here to strike out Section 5, 6, 7, and 8. I think what government is doing with this Red Tape Reduction Act, that there is very little in terms of red tape, and instead they have included pretty significant and substantial changes in this piece of legislation. And it makes changes to 14 different pieces of legislation across 6 ministries. And some changes may be not as significant and could have been included in a miscellaneous statute act, but there are changes that are very significant, and they are deeply concerning. They do have serious consequences for Albertans, and we believe that the government has not consulted on many of those changes. And when Associate Minister introduced these changes, he was asked by many journalists about different sections of this bill. And every time his response was, the minister responsible is the one who should be asked about these questions. And here in the House, so far, we have not heard the kind of explanation that will help us understand that who actually was consulted by government on these changes, what were the concerns, who is asking for these changes, and all those things. For instance, this bill is making changes to Oil Sands Conservation Act, and they are pretty significant changes, and there are sections in this piece of legislation that remove the cabinet opportunity to provide oversight on resource development. And we have heard from well-respected legal scholars that these sections are not red tape, in the duties that Crown have. They are constitutional duties, and there's nothing as such red tape to cut. And this amendment as well that deals with section 5, 6, and 5, 6, 7, and 8. In our opinion, the changes that are proposed within these sections are also fairly substantial, and they cannot be lumped just in one giant piece of legislation that is making changes to 14 different pieces of legislation. And when we were in government, then opposition, UCP, they used to complain about just basically two pieces of legislation within one legislation, and they used to call it omnibus legislation. The particular one that comes to mind was one piece of legislation that was making changes to labor relation code and employment standards. Both these areas are closely related, but at that time, instead of debating those changes, then opposition spent a lot of time, a lot of motions to lecture government that how they are bringing these omnibus bills and how that's not something democratic, how that takes away from them their ability to engage thoroughly in debate and all those arguments. But now, while they are in government, their every piece of legislation is like that. It's an omnibus piece of legislation, deals with often fairly unrelated pieces of legislation. If we talk about this piece of legislation, this deals with Business Corporations Act, deals with Oil Sands Conservation Act, Municipal Government Act, Environment and Parks, Service Alberta, like all different ministries. And most of these changes are so significant that they can be standalone pieces of legislation and will require and deserve debate, thorough debate in this House. But instead, they have lumped together all these pieces of legislation. And with this amendment, what we are doing, we are trying to take out some of those changes that we think are substantial, are fairly significant, and they do not fall within the definition or within the scope of red tape. I've used this example before, and I will use it again, that when we were in government, I guess we also were trying our best to make our program, policies, and procedure better, more efficient, and that was consider red tape, but this legislation, the changes that are made in section 5, 6, 7, and 8, they are substantial. They don't fall within the scope of red tape, and that's why I'm urging all my colleagues in the House to vote in favor of this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Are there any honourable members wishing to join debate on Amendment A4? See none. On Amendment A4 as proposed by the Honourable Member for Edmonton Ellerslie on behalf of the Honourable Member for Edmonton Decore, is the House or is the committee agreed? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. That is defeated. Moving back to Bill 22 proper, are there any honourable members wishing to join debate on Bill 22? See none. Are you prepared for the question on Bill 22, Red Tape Reduction Implementation Act 2020, on the clauses of the bill? Are you agreed? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. That is carried. On the title and preamble, are you agreed? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. That is carried. Shall the bill be reported? Are you agreed? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. That is carried. I see the Honourable Government House Leader has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we rise and report Bills 22 and 26.
Having heard the motion as proposed by the Honourable Government House Leader, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. That is carried. I see the Honourable Member for Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Committee of the Whole has had under consideration certain bills. The committee reports the following bills. Bill 26, Bill 22. Mr. Speaker, I wish to table copies of all amendments considered by Committee of the Whole on this date for the official records of the Assembly.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Does the Assembly concur in the report? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. That is carried and so ordered.
32.
34.
Under Government Bills in Order for second reading, Bill 34. For second reading, Bill 34, Miscellaneous Statutes Amendment Act 2020, the Government House Leader.
I see the Honourable Government House Leader has risen on 34.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bill 34, the Miscellaneous Statutes Amendment Act, is self-explanatory. Housekeeping piece of legislation that is common at the end of a session. My understanding is the opposition has been well briefed on Bill, I forgot where we're at, Bill 34. And I believe this will eventually earn the support of all members of the Assembly.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I will just take a moment. This is the first opportunity that we have heard this on second reading for 34, correct?
Correct, so I move it.
So just double checking that you're moving it.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I was not clear on that. I do certainly move Bill 34 for second reading.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Are there any Honourable Members looking to join debate on Bill 34? I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton West Henday has risen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise this evening or this morning to speak to this Miscellaneous Statutes Amendment Act, Bill 34, and I appreciate the Minister moving this into debate, recognizing that it is primarily housekeeping, and you know, in this instance, the opposition did have the opportunity to get a briefing on this legislation, which hasn't always been the case on some more contentious pieces of legislation, and so I appreciate that opportunity as well. I think it's important as legislators that we have the opportunity as best as we can, and as has been the tradition over several decades in this House, that there is an opportunity for technical briefings for the opposition when the government brings legislation forward. And so once again, in this instance, we had the opportunity to have preliminary discussions before it was introduced in the House, and so I appreciate that, as I imagine all members of the opposition does. And once again, just looking at this, it's primarily housekeeping changes within this legislation, and you know, we had conversations about some things that we had brought up, and I think that some of that was addressed, and so once again, I appreciate that. And the majority of the changes that are in here are in relation to forms and the move of forms from legislation to regulations, and in cases where there's no prescription for forms, the content will still be regulated by the minister or director. And so overall, you know, what we see in here is some changes to several pieces of legislation, but with that being said, they are relatively minor amendments, and so at this point, I think that I am prepared to support it, and unless anything pressing comes up. I guess there was just one piece within this legislation that hopefully at some point we can get an answer to, some point before we vote, we'll see. But there's changes in terms of a change that would, within this legislation, not allow the government or the LAO or the speaker to be sued, and I think that this was something that we brought up, and so hopefully we can get answers about why this change was made in the first place. I think that there's a need for clarification and how this could be perceived to impact the independence of the LAO and the offices of the Legislative Assembly. Looking further, this will likely mean member services will have to have a meeting to deal with regulations and variances as proposed within this legislation. And so if that's not the case, that maybe I'm reading the legislation wrong, then I would be happy to hear that addressed. But either way, once again, I appreciate when we have these opportunities to actually discuss in a technical briefing what is actually included in the legislation beforehand. Hopefully we can get back to a place in this legislature where that relationship is strengthened and the government feels that it is for the betterment of all Albertans, that those discussions are had so that everyone can be properly informed, including in some instances, as we've seen, their own ministers. And so with that being said, Mr. Speaker, I at this point feel that I can support this legislation unless, once again, something pressing comes up that we see further in this debate. But with that being said, I will take my seat. Thank you.
Honourable members, is there anyone else wishing to add a question or comment? The Honourable Member for Calgary Buffalo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Just a few brief comments. Of course, like my colleague who just spoke before me, I'm glad that we had the opportunity, or the critic area had the opportunity to meet with the minister proposing this Miscellaneous Statutes Amendment Act to, iron out or understand first and to raise concerns. And as a result of those actions, the government agreed to remove one area that we didn't agree with, that would give better opportunity to have full support for this Miscellaneous Statutes Amendment Act before us. it wasn't the case, just the opportunity to have a meeting with the Minister of Municipal Affairs wasn't the case with regard to Bill 29, and I have heard many of my colleagues say the same thing with regard to their critic areas with the bills that have been brought forward by government. And that is regrettable, unfortunate, and not the way certainly I remember operating when we were government. So the fact is that there are a number of acts that a number of amendments will be made to, and it looks like there's about 15 acts or so that have needed amendments, and this typical way of addressing those, and my former ministry officials brought similar kinds of amendments forward when we were in government, and we bundled them all into Miscellaneous Statutes Act, and there were a couple or more that we had the opportunity to bring forward in our time as government. Doesn't always happen, Mr. Speaker, because the kind of legislative requirements of government don't always allow time for this sort of thing to take place, but I'm glad it has, to update and improve the statutes that Albertans are governed by in this province. So without further ado, I'll take my seat and indicate also support for this.
Honourable members, Standing Order 29-2A now is available if anyone has a brief question or a comment. Seeing none, is there anyone else wishing to speak to the bill? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Meadows.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise in the House to speak to the Bill 34, Miscellaneous Statutes Amendment Act 2020. So what we see, this bill, but if this bill is passed, would change some of the business I believe we conduct in the House. And I understand the changes it's taking in hands would let's see, a number of changes, I don't know. So the area that's being affected by the amendments, I would say this act will make the very minor amendments to a number of acts, like they include the Interpretation Act, the Petty Trespasses Act, the Safer Communities, Provincial Offences Procedures Act, the Motor Vehicle Accident Claims Act, the Public Services Act. So those are the changes, and I just wanted to thank you for the member actually for moving this bill, and also providing us the briefing notes for the bill, and listening to the concern of the opposition, and removing the clause we had the concern with from the bill accordingly. So with my brief comments, right now, I would say we support this bill, and I think I will conclude my comments, remarks by saying this at this point of time. I appreciate the opportunity to add my comments to this, and I would say that definitely we, as the opposition, we support this bill. Thank you.
Honourable Member, Standing Order 29-2A is available if anyone has a brief question or comment. Seeing none, is there anyone else wishing to speak to second reading? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Ellerslie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I recall a day in this very House, Mr. Speaker, when you were actually over here in these benches, and you actually enjoyed getting up to speak to a bill very similar to this. Miscellaneous Statutes Amendment Act, because of course we know how important this act is. So important, because of course it cleans up various aspects of different pieces of legislation, of course. I believe that even you called it one time the house cleaning bill, if I'm not mistaken. Housekeeping, yes, housekeeping bill, yes, that's what it was. Yeah. Yeah, well, of course, you know, this is why, you know, I enjoy actually speaking to this bill, because it gives us an opportunity to perhaps be a little bit more jovial. But of course, we take the job seriously, because these are, in fact, important changes that need to be made to these pieces of legislation. And because they're so important, but in fact, they are technically housekeeping changes, it's important that we be able to agree on them and hopefully move on this particular bill by consensus. And the truth is that we were very happy that the government decided to bring these to us ahead of time so that we could discuss them and that we could actually take a look at what was being presented by the government in terms of the statutes that they wanted to amend and therefore change. However, in that process, and I just want to say, you know, this is a perfect example of how it is possible for both sides of the House to actually work together. And I know it's just small changes, but of course, you know, one can only have hope, Mr. Speaker. One can only have hope that we can actually work together in this House in terms of bringing legislation forward. And because we were doing this, actually, you know, we actually brought to the government's attention that there was something that we did not agree with, of course. And the government so graciously decided to actually remove that particular piece which was in contention. And see, there you go again, us working together, you know. So the fact that we were able to work together and actually agree on what was being brought forward in this particular piece of legislation, therefore we really have no issues with the bill as it's presented. And of course we are in full agreement. The majority of these changes are in relation to forms and move the forms from legislation to regulation. In cases where there is no prescription for forms, the content will still be regulated by the minister or the director. And then other changes are as a result of changes being made to the legislation through other bills at both provincial and federal levels. And also brings the LAO and the independent officers under the Public Service Act. So as I was stating, you know, it was great to have these ahead of time so that we could take a look at them, we could agree on them, and anything that was contentious was actually graciously agreed by the government to be taken out so that we could pass this particular bill with relative ease within the House. Mr. Speaker, you know, I recall those days in this House when I was actually on the government side, and you would bring great joy to the House with your very gracious attitude and you know, jovial juxtaposition, you know, or position, and it was an honor to be able to sit in the House with you at that time and have a little bit of fun. And you know, so for me, I try to mimic exactly that when I get up in the House. You know, try to bring a little bit more fun into the House, make it a little bit more light, perhaps. You know, because we get into some pretty strong debates in here, and of course, from time to time, we need to remember that we're all human beings. We're all in it for to do good for the people of Alberta, of course. Although we may not agree on how to do that specifically, but it's important that we recognize that, and I would even go as far to say that we respect the perspectives from the other side of the house, and we try to do that as much as we possibly can, although we don't necessarily agree. So with that being said, Mr. Speaker, I will conclude my remarks on this particular piece of legislation.
Like maybe we were in a bit of a Seinfeld episode there for a moment. 29.2A is available if anyone else has a brief question or comment. Seeing none, it appears to me like the Honourable Member for Calgary-McCall would like to join in the second reading debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's my pleasure to rise after midnight and speak to this bill, Miscellaneous Statute Amendment Act. As my colleague mentioned, that it's mostly housekeeping items, clean up various pieces of legislation, and it amends or make changes to number of pieces of legislation. I think more than 12, 15, but I won't blame government that it's an omnibus or anything, because Miscellaneous Statute Act usually contains changes to many pieces of legislation, and I think I'm glad that government did share a copy of this legislation with us, so we were able to go through the various changes that were proposed, and there was a certain change that we requested that it be removed, and that was removed as well. So I think it's a piece of legislation that we can support government on. And although it makes changes to a number of very important pieces of legislation, but the changes are really the minor one. For instance, it makes changes to the Interpretation Act. Interpretation Act, Mr. Speaker, is an important piece of legislation, and it has a bearing on pretty much every other piece of legislation. From my legal training and background, I can share that whenever some term is not defined in some piece of legislation, then we go to Interpretation Act, and then we use that definition for consistency's sake. So Interpretation Act is certainly an important piece of legislation, but I understand that the change that government is making to the Interpretation Act will keep that Interpretation Act intact, and it's a minor change. Similarly, this legislation is also making change to the Petty Trespass Act. We have heard many times in this House as well, and there was private member bill as well, that how important it is to make sure that people don't trespass on private properties, other people's properties. So again, another important piece of legislation, but the changes that government is making to this piece of legislation are again the minor one, and as such, we do not have any objection to that. Then the legislation also makes changes to Safer Communities and Neighborhood Acts. Another important piece of legislature. As such, the changes government proposed will have no bearing on community safety, will not adversely impact anything in this piece of legislation, although we don't want to go there, but there are other changes that may impact community safeties and neighborhood safety. But at least the changes that are within this Bill 34 are minor and such that we can support those changes. Then Bill also proposes certain changes to Family Law Act, another very important piece of legislation that deals with many different aspects of family, and changes that are contained in this piece of legislation are again a minor one, just housekeeping item, and it will not fundamentally change the Family Law Act, so we can support these changes too. Legislation is also making changes to the Provincial Offences Procedure Act. Provincial Offence Procedure Act is also a very important piece of legislation that deals with the procedures, how provincial offences are dealt with, and the change contained in this piece of legislation, Bill 34, will not alter that procedure significantly, and again, this is a change that we can stand behind and we can support as well. Then it makes changes to the Jury Act, another important piece of legislation. Oftentimes in criminal trials, jury plays a very important role. It's selected from the member of the public and makes decisions that are important, that may have implications for the life, liberty, and security of person. But the changes that are contained and proposed in Bill 34 are not as such significant. They are merely housekeeping items and kind of changes that would be included in a miscellaneous statute act, and therefore we have reviewed those changes and we don't see anything there that we see objectionable. That's why we are supporting these changes. Then there are changes proposed to Public Service Act, and I think public service, again, important piece of legislation. Public service is important and delivers many services that Alberta need and rely on. And there are, Mr. Speaker, at least one change where this change will bring, it's my understanding, that LAO staff under public service. So on a more serious note, that some clarification is needed that how this will be perceived to impact the independence of LAO and offices of the Legislative Assembly. And I think likely there will be other opportunities at Member Service Committee and different forums that how this change will play out. But there is that question or concern, I believe, that if government wants to address, then that would be helpful. Again, there are some other pieces of legislation that I can go through and outline how these changes are made to these important pieces of legislation. But in general, other than that change in Public Service Act, I think these are changes that are housekeeping nature, that are not changing the pieces of legislation in any significant manner. And I can't believe that I have to say that I will support this government piece of legislation. And with that, I think I move to adjourn the House till 10 a.m. tomorrow.
A motion to adjourn is always in order. The honorable member for Calgary-McCall has moved to adjourn debate because that would be the first step in this process.
Yes, I move to adjourn the debate.
Honorable members, having heard the motion as moved by the honorable member for Calgary-McCall, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. Motion is carried and so ordered. The Honorable Government House Leader.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 3.1.2, I would like to notify the House that there will be no morning sitting tomorrow morning. And in addition to that, Mr. Speaker, I would like to move that we adjourn the House until 1:30 p.m. tomorrow.
Honorable members, having heard the motion as moved by the Honorable Government House Leader for adjournment till tomorrow at 1:30. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered. The House stands adjourned.